Good morning. Time for convening has arrived. The Senate will come to order. All unauthorized visitors, please exit the chamber at this time. Recognize the senator from the 6th.
Good morning, Mr. President. Welcome to the Georgia State Senate, February 26, 2025, in the year of our Lord. Mr. President, we've got a great group of pages here today. One you might know. Out of Locust Grove, we have a brother and sister combo of Nate and Emery Andrews. From Villa Rica, we have Allison Brown. From McDonough, Solomon Cook. From Lula, Hadley Crumley. Lake Spivey, we have Austin Edmondson. From Commerce, Logan Ferguson. From Perry, James Goff. From Atlanta, another brother and sister combo of George and Elizabeth Jeffers. From Jackson, your hometown, and your daughter, Stella Jones. I think you know her. From Sewanee, we have Vedant Pandey. From Americus, Jace Peterson. From Mapleton, Madeline Finizzi. From Americus, Brooks Porter. From Hampton, Harry Sycamkong. From Locust Grove, Callie Sherbet. From Valdosta, Mary Allen Smith. Also from Jackson, Lucy Sowell. From McDonough, Sophie Zetto. And also from McDonough, we have the Vigil sisters, Amelia and Natalie. Y'all give our pages a big round of applause. We appreciate y'all being here to help us do the people's work. I'm told it's McDonough, but that's if you're that's if you're a country lawyer. But for the real country folks, it's McDonough. Mr. President, the journal has been read and found to be correct.
All right, Senator. Greatly appreciate it, and thank all the pages that are here today. I know we do have a big contingency from Strong Rock Christian Academy, which I know my daughter's here with several of her friends today, so we're glad to have all of them today. Senator, are you doing okay? Everything good? Chairman, you okay?
Mr. President, now that I'm in your presence, I feel much better.
Oh, okay. All right. Is there objection to dispensing with the reading of the journal? Chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there objection to the confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none. The journal is confirmed. All senators who have bills and resolutions to introduce, please bring them to the Secretary's desk at this time. Have first reading and references to Senate bills. Mr. Secretary.
Senate Bill 243 by Senator Walker of the 20th and others. Bill to be entitled Act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 2 of Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to
Insurance and Labor.
Senate Bill 244 by Senator Beach of the 21st and others. Bill to be entitled Act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 11 of Title
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 245 by Senator Hodges of the 3rd and others. Bill to be entitled Act to amend Code Section 17-7-3.
Children and Family.
Senate Bill 246 by Senator Harrell, the 40th, and others. Bill to be entitled Act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 1 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to persons and their rights.
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 247 by Senator Still, the 48th, and others. Bill to be entitled Act to amend Part 4 of Article 17 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the
Education and Youth.
Senate Bill 248 by Senator Dixon, the 45th, and others. Bill to be entitled Act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia.
Education and Youth.
Senate Bill 249 by Senator Dixon, the 45th, and others. Bill to be entitled Act to amend Part 2 of Article 6 of Chapter 2 of Title 20.
Education and Youth.
Senate Bill 250 by Senator Dixon, the 45th, and others. Bill to be entitled Act to amend Part...
Education and Youth.
Senate Bill 251 by Senator Jackson, the 41st, and others. Bill to be entitled Act to amend Part 2 of Article...
Economic Development.
Senate Bill 252 by Senator Halpern of the 39th and others. A bill to be entitled Act to amend Chapter 37 of Title
State
37.
and Local Government General.
Senate Bill 253 by Senator Halpern of the 39th and others, bill to be
Education and Youth.
Senate Bill 254 by Senator Cowser of the 46th, bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 23.
Regulated Industries.
Senate Bill 255 by Senator Cowser of the 46th, bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 20.
Rules.
Senate Bill 256 by Senator Cowser of the 46th, a bill to be
Regulated Industries.
Senate Resolution 255 by Senator Summers of the 13th and others, a resolution creating the Senate Study Committee on Combating Unscrupulous Companion.
Rules.
Senate Resolution 262 by Senator Cowser of the 46th, a resolution applying.
Judiciary.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
First reading references of House bills.
House Bill 34 by Representative Washburn of the 144th, the bill to be entitled an act to amend.
Regulated Industries.
House Bill 78 by Representative Franklin of the 160th and others.
Retirement.
House Bill 124 by Representative Scoggins. the 14th.
Insurance and Labor.
House Bill 136 by Representative Newton of the 127th and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend chapters.
Finance.
House Bill 153 by Representative.
Finance.
House Bill 164 by Representative Meeks of the 178th and others.
Transportation.
House Bill 182 by Representative Lumsden.
Insurance and Labor.
House Bill 232 by Representative Silcox.
Regulated Industries.
House Bill 287 by Representative Rhodes of the 124th and others, bills being entitled an act to amend code section.
Natural Resources.
House Bill 352 by Representative Seabaugh.
Health and Human Services.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
Secretary read reports of Standing Committee.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 182 due pass, respectfully submitted Senator Beach to the 21st District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Resolution 247 due pass, respectfully submitted Senator Beach to the 21st District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 74 due pass by committee substitute. Senate Bill 152 due pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted Senator Payne of the 54th District Vice Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice I will introduce a minority report to be read along with the majority report of Senate Bill 74, which was passed by the Committee on Education and Youth on Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. Sincerely, Senator Parent. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice I will introduce a minority report to be read along with the majority report of Senate Bill 152, which was passed by the Committee on Education and Youth on Tuesday, February 5th, 2025. Sincerely, Senator Parent. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Ethics has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 175 due pass. Senate Bill 177 due pass. Senate Bill 199 due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 212 due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 11th District Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice I will introduce a minority report to read along with the majority report of Senate Bill 175, which was passed by the Committee on Ethics on Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. Sincerely, Senator Mallow. Dear Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 92 due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 31 due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler of 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 195 due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 149 due pass. Senate Bill 180 due pass. Senate Bill 193 due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burns of the 23rd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 191 due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker of the 20th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 29 due pass. Senate Bill 218 due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 145 due pass. Senate Bill 163 due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 153 due pass. Senate Bill 173 due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 42nd District Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice I will introduce a minority report to read along with the majority report of Senate Bill 29, which was passed by the Committee on Judiciary on Monday, February 24th, 2025. Sincerely, Senator Jones. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice I will introduce a minority report to read along with the majority report of Senate Bill 163, which was passed by the Committee on Judiciary on Monday, February 24th, 2025. Sincerely, Senator Jones. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 147 due pass. Senate Bill 185 due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers of the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 34 due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowser of the 46th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 162, due passed by substitute, respectfully submitted Senator Cowser, the 46th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State Institutions and Property has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. H.R. 97, due passed by substitute. H.R. 98, due passed by substitute. Respectfully submitted Senator Harbison, the 15th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Veterans, Military, and Homeland Security has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 109, due passed by substitute. Respectfully submitted Senator Payne, of the 54th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Secretary, read resolutions for the second time.
Senate Bill 146 by Senator Williams of the 25th and others, Health, Local Government, and Property Regulations and Protections of Cemeteries and Burial Grounds provide. Mr. President, that completes the order.
It is now time for the morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse? Recognize the senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, y'all. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senators from the 15th and 10th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senators from the 15th and the 10th are excused. Recognize the senator from the 25th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to request that the senator from the 23rd and the 24th be excused for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senators from the 23rd and 24th are excused. Recognize the senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 15th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 15th is excused. Any more motions to excuse? Secretary will call the roll. Senators, signify your presence by voting the yea switch. Secretary, unlock the machine. It is now time for the morning devotion. All senators, please take your seats and cease all conversation. I would ask the doorkeeper to secure the chamber at this time. I now recognize the senator from the 48th to lead us in our pledge and introduce our chaplain of the day. Senator?
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Georgia flag. I pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag and the principles for which it stands, wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage. How many of you folks up in the audience up there knew the Pledge of Allegiance to the state flag? I'm just curious. Hands? Yeah, about 2 of you. Hey, y'all, today we have my good friend, Pastor Brian Crisp. He is not from my district. He is from the senator of the 52nd district, but he happens to be my friend, and so I invited him to come join us and share a good word. Pastor Crisp is the pastor of Lime Branch Baptist Church. In his spare time, he grows nursery plants, Scottish Highland cows, and Arabian horses. So he has a much more interesting life, I think, than most of us. And his amazing wife, Jennifer, is here as well. She's a pharmacist, has family that worked at NASA, so smarter than all of us here in the room, but somehow she found herself married to a Baptist preacher. Please welcome my good friend, Pastor Brian Crisp.
Thank you. What a privilege and honor it is to be with you here today. And what a privilege it is to share the word of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And what a privilege it is to be in a country and a state where we're free to express our religion. So I want to read a verse to you this morning from the book of Proverbs, Proverbs chapter 21 and verse number 30. There is no wisdom, no understanding, and no plan against the Lord. This past weekend, I was in a session in Washington, D.C., and in that session, one of the leaders was talking about how we as leaders are making decisions in life, and sometimes we think it's sort of like the game of Monopoly, and we're rolling dice, and then we're going out there and seeing what all we can grab. But he said it's really more like the game of Jenga. And hopefully you're familiar with that. My kids like to play Jenga, and we played that recently with my grown kids at the kitchen table, where you have a stack of blocks that are stacked up high, and one by one you go around the table and somebody pulls out a piece of block. And if someone pulls out the block and the whole thing falls, then you lose the game. And that's sort of like life as well. We have got to maneuver. Every decision, everything that we do in this life has an action and a reaction. And so we have to make the right decision on where to move, because what we do, what we say, how we act may be the thing that makes it all fall apart. And so I love this text here because it speaks of God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God who created the heavens and the earth. He is the giver of all wisdom. And what a beautiful text it is. And you guys, I'm in the presence of some smart, intelligent people. You guys are the cream of the crop. But if we could put all of our wisdom in one big old bucket, it would just be a drop in the ocean of God's wisdom. He is the infinite. He is the almighty. He is the creator of all things. And I love this verse in Proverbs chapter 1, verse 7. It says, "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction." I love this verse in Isaiah chapter 55, verses 8 to 9. "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, says God, nor are my ways your ways my ways, declares the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my words and thoughts and my ways higher than your thoughts and your ways." I like this quote from Oswald Chambers. He says, "The greatest test of faith is when you don't get what you want. What is your reaction? Is it, I trust God's wisdom. Many times we don't get what we want. Our plans fail. But we recognize and realize that the plan of God is always at work, and God is always working, and he is a good, good God. Charles Spurgeon said, wisdom, what is it? It is the right use of knowledge. To know is not to be wise. Many men know a great deal and are all the greater fools for it. There is no fool so great a fool as a knowing fool. It's a good quote. But to know how to use knowledge is to have wisdom. Again, that is Charles Spurgeon. And then let me end with this verse here. In Proverbs chapter 16, verse 16, how much better to get wisdom than gold, to get insight rather than silver. A beautiful verse there. Man, how would you like to have that little box? I saw just earlier the little box out here that displayed the amount of gold that's on the top of this dome. How many would like to have that whole box full of gold? Well, wisdom and wisdom from God is much better than all the gold in the whole entire world. And the word, the wisdom that we receive, the best way to receive it is from God Almighty. And the source is God's holy word. And when we read it, we have to remove the shades, the lenses of our culture, our preferences, our background, our political party. And we have to read the word for what God intended it to say to the original hearers. And then we apply it to our life. And then when we reach to make that choice, when we reach to say those words, when we reach to do those deeds, and we shrink back and we pull back, whatever block we pull, the world is still standing because we have made the right choice. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Father, we pray today, as our pledge has said, that, Lord, one of our principles, the first that is listed is the principle of wisdom. So, Lord God, creator of all things, omnipotent, holy one in heaven, give us today, Lord, the wisdom from heaven that we need. Lord, give us wisdom in our families. Give us wisdom in our communities, in our congregations, and give us wisdom, Lord, here in this Senate chamber this day. Oh God, Almighty One, bless these men and women that represent the beautiful state of Georgia. And oh God, our Father, we pray that you bless Georgia. And oh God, we pray that you bless these United States of America. And oh Father God, we pray that you bless the people of Israel. And Lord, be with her there. And Lord, we pray this from the name above all names, Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach, the Messiah, the Savior. In his name we pray, amen and amen.
I see one of our former colleagues, Senator Jim Butterworth. Good to see you, Jim, Senator. Let's give Jim a round of applause here. We have some special guests here today, and we have several actually, and we actually have a couple more wanting to be added, so we're going to try to recognize all of them that we can. And Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 249 by Senator Halpern of the 39th and others, a resolution commending the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council upon its 50th anniversary and for other purposes. Whereas founded in 1975 as the Atlanta Regional Minority Purchasing Council by 6 visionary Georgia corporations, AT&T, the Coca-Cola Company, Cox Communications, Delta Airlines, Georgia Power, and WestRock, the GMSDC has since expanded into a leading organization dedicated to strengthening supplier diversity and business development across the state. Whereas the GMSDC community consists of more than 400 Georgia corporations and government entities that conduct business with more than 1,400 small and minority business suppliers within the council's ecosystem. And whereas the GMSDC spearheads the state's annual Minority Business Opportunity Week each September, celebrating the achievements of Georgia's minority-owned businesses. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body commend the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council upon the grand occasion of its 50th anniversary, as well as extend best wishes for continued success. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Recognize the senator from the 39th to speak to the resolution.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Well, I am thrilled to be joined this morning by Stacy Key, the CEO of GSDMC, Cindy Gould from Cox Enterprises, Valerie Nesbitt from Norfolk Southern, Keith Ambersley from EY, and Tracy Grace from IBEX. We're here to celebrate 50 years of impact, progress, and transformation through the work of the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council. 50 years ago, the GMSDC was founded with a vision to be a catalyst for change, working to ensure that minority-owned and small businesses are not just seen, but supported, certified, and connected to opportunities that allow them to thrive. Today, we are here to not only celebrate that vision, but to celebrate the tangible results it has produced. In 2024, this amounted to $13 billion in revenue across 60,000 employers in our state. That's 400 corporations and 1,500 small businesses that are part of the GMSDC family. Congratulations on 50 years of impact, and please listen as we hear from Stacy Key, the CEO.
Thank you, Senator Halpern, and thank you for your leadership and support of the small business community. I will tell you it's an honor to be here today, being recognized by the Senate and the House, by leaders from the #1 state for doing business for 11 years in a row, okay? So thank you for your leadership, and thank you for all the support that all of you do in supporting the small businesses. 50 years ago, some of the iconic brands that you know and love came together and decided they wanted to support and open up opportunity for all. AT&T, the Coca-Cola Company, Cox Enterprises, Southern Company, and others decided to come together to support the small business community. $5 billion, 5 decades, and billions of dollars in revenue, millions of hundreds of employees, all focused on helping Georgia families to grow, thrive, and survive. Our mission is simple: to help minority and small businesses to grow, compete, and thrive. Here we go from this point to the next 50 years, working together as one. We're stronger together. Thank you for this recognition. Thank you for your support, and we look forward to the next 50 years.
Good job. All right. We have some special guests from the Georgia Trauma Foundation, and they have with them today one of our former colleagues, Senator Cecil Staten. So glad to have Cecil here today. And to present this resolution, well, I'll let the Secretary read the resolution first.
Senate Resolution 230 by Senator Kirkpatrick the 32nd and others, a resolution commending Georgia's trauma professionals, the Georgia Trauma Commission, and the Georgia Trauma Foundation, recognizing February 26, 2025 as Trauma Awareness Day at the state capitol and for other purposes. Whereas trauma is the leading cause of death in the United States for those under the age of 45 and the fourth leading cause of death for all ages, and whereas physical trauma, including injuries from accidents, violence, and natural disasters, affects millions of individuals each year, leading to significant physical, emotional, and financial burdens, and whereas the Rehabilitation Services services, including physical therapy and occupational therapy, are essential for the long-term recovery and the well-being of trauma survivors. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body commend Georgia's trauma professionals, the Georgia Trauma Commission, and Georgia Trauma Foundation, as well as recognize February 26, 2025 as Trauma Awareness Day of the state capitol. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Recognize the senator from the 32nd to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to welcome the Georgia Trauma Commission and the Georgia Trauma Foundation to the Capitol. And there's some trauma nurses sitting up in the gallery. Hi. Welcome to the Capitol. As an orthopedic surgeon for most of my life, I spent many nights and days fixing broken people. And as the wife of an emergency doc, I got a double dose of the consequences of trauma, which is one of Georgia's leading causes of death. Our state is making progress due to teamwork with the General Assembly, the Trauma Commission, which is housed in the Department of Public Health. Let me introduce our guests. We've got Cheryl Ward, raise your hand. We've got Rustin Smith, where's Rustin? There he is. And we've got Dr. Dennis Ashley. And we've got our former state senator, Cecil Staton, who started Georgia's attention to trauma with his Senate bill years ago. And I'm going to introduce him to make a few remarks. Welcome, Dr. Staton.
All right.
Thank you very much, Governor and Senator. It's great to be with you today. It's good to be back in this chamber where I spent about 10 years, from 2005 to 2014. As Senator Kirkpatrick mentioned, one of the things I'm most proud of from my time in the Senate, looking back 10 years removed, was sponsoring Senate Bill 60, which created the Georgia Trauma Care Network for the state of Georgia. It was a bipartisan bill, and I'm here to report to you, serving today on the Foundation Board for Trauma Care in the state, that this bill has lived up to its promise. We have moved from behind the national averages to well above the national averages in terms of our responses when our citizens need trauma care. We have more than doubled since 2007 the number of trauma care centers across Georgia, reducing mortality rates and improving patient outcomes. 84% of Georgians today live within an hour of a level 1 trauma center. And one of the statistics I'm most proud of is that as a result of the work of the Trauma Care Commission, our network, with the support of the General Assembly and the Governor, we know we can demonstrate that more than 1,800 lives are saved each and every year in this state. So we're here today simply to say thank you. Thank you for your support for the appropriations for legislation when needed to continue the work of the Georgia Trauma Care Network Commission. We're grateful for your service and your participation in this endeavor, and I'm proud to tell you today that it is making a difference in the lives of Georgians. Thank you very much.
All right, we have a good group from the University of Georgia here, the Block and Bridle Club. Secretary, read the resolution, please.
Senate Resolution 70 by Senator Gannon of the 47th and others, a resolution recognizing and commending the University of Georgia Block and Bridle Club at the occasion of its 50th Great Southland Stampede Rodeo and for other purposes. Whereas the first Great Southland Stampede Rodeo occurred in 1974 in the Stegman Coliseum on the campus of the University of Georgia, and where students enrolled in the College of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences have since hosted the Great Southland Stampede Rodeo annually with leadership, determination, work ethic, and exceptional character. And whereas the Great Southland Stampede Rodeo is the largest student-run rodeo in the United States, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend the student leaders of the University of Georgia Block and Bridle Club and Great Southland Stampede Rodeo and extend their most sincere best wishes for continued prosperity, leadership, and impact on the University of Georgia, this state, and our nation in the rodeo's next 50 years. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objections to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Recognize the senator from the 47th to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I get started into this resolution, I want to make sure everybody in here understands one important thing. You got to beat the hell out of them damn Gators. And last night, the Georgia Bulldogs beat the Florida Gators on a basketball court. So let's give me a go Dogs! Go Dogs! I want to congratulate our basketball team for the victory last night. But you know, the last time I was up here with a special recognition, I had a bunch of FFAers with me. I'm aging fast. I have a few more FFAers amongst me behind me. But I'm telling you, they're here with the University of Georgia Block and Bridle Club. And although I went to school with Herschel Walker, said I was not quite the athlete he was, but I did compete at the Great Southland Stampede there at the University of Georgia in the Stegman Coliseum. So I don't want to delay this, but I will tell you it was quite embarrassing for one of my teammates. I'm going to introduce Michael Howard with the Block and Bridle Club to talk a little bit about the resolution and what's coming up at UGA. Michael, let's give Michael a warm welcome.
Well, we appreciate y'all adopting this resolution. The rodeo means a lot to a lot of folks. I learned about Senator Ginn's time at the rodeo as well, and so I continue to hear more and more about the history and traditions of the 50 years of this rodeo. We're just really excited to do that for the 50th time. I think we're in over our heads, but every year we get it done, so we really just appreciate y'all having us, and go Dogs.
We had one extra added today that went on the list today, but we're glad to have the leadership of DeKalb County here and the new CEO and all kinds of wonderful people here. So, Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 250 by Senator Jones of the 10th and others, a resolution recognizing February 26, 2025 as DeKalb Day at the state capitol and for other purposes. Whereas established on December 9, 1822 as Georgia's 56th county, DeKalb County has a legacy of progress, economic development, and civic leadership, making it a cornerstone of Georgia's cultural and economic landscape. And whereas DeKalb County is home to world-class educational institutions, and whereas DeKalb County serves as a global hub for healthcare and scientific research, and whereas DeKalb County is one of Georgia's most diverse communities, representing over 100 nationalities and more than 140 spoken languages, and therefore be resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize February 26, 2025 as DeKalb Day at the state capitol, celebrating the county's rich history, residents, dynamic diversity, and ongoing commitment to innovation, economic development, and excellence in governance. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Recognize the senator from the 41st to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my great honor and privilege to be here to celebrate DeKalb Day. DeKalb is the greatest of the 159 counties, if I might say so myself. DeKalb is celebrating 200 years of incorporation in the great state of Georgia, and it's my great honor and privilege to introduce to you all for the first time in our chamber the newest CEO of DeKalb County, our first African-American woman to ever serve in this position, CEO Lorraine Cochran Johnson.
Good morning, everyone, and let me begin by saying thank you to our Lieutenant Governor as well as our Senator Jackson this morning. It is indeed an honor to stand here before you on behalf of DeKalb County as the CEO. I'm deeply honored because truly it requires a collaboration in order to be successful, and my presence here today is a testament of that collaboration between DeKalb County and the state of Georgia. As legislators and elected officials, we all hold a fiduciary responsibility to those whom we serve. There is no higher calling nor duty than to be responsible for and to have the care of the citizens, and to that DeKalb County is committed. I sincerely thank everyone who's present here today, our state senators, for helping us and supporting us in the advancement of our legislative priorities, because together we are paving the way for a brighter and more secure future for all of DeKalb County. Thank you so much for the proclamation that you've issued.
Are there any unanimous consents? Oh, you know what? Does any senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? I recognize the senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a great day at the Capitol yesterday. Even though we were not in session, the great day was because it was Georgia Reed's Day at the Capitol. And we had, those of you that were able to attend, we had just hundreds of young children there that are really exceeding in reading, and we recognized the 2025 Georgia Reed's Bowl champions. And these champions were K-3 Conference, Shy Rocks Busy Bees, Waynesboro, Georgia. 4 to 5 Elementary Conference, Rainier Elementary School, Kingsland, Georgia. Middle School Conference, Indians, Albany Middle School, Albany, Georgia. And High School Conference, Chattahoochee County High School, Casuta, Georgia. I probably mispronounced that, I'm sorry. Then we also recognize the Georgia Reed's Community Awards winners. And these people, there was 10 of them, and they received $25,000 each for the communities. We had 61 applications, and these are the top 10 winners. And they are recognized yesterday. Believe Greater Dalton, $25,000. Ben Hill School District, $25,000. Black Child Development Institute of Atlanta, $25,000. Charlton County Board of Education, $25,000. Cobb Collaborative, Inc., $25,000. Dooley County Schools, $25,000. Lamar County School System, $25,000. Marietta City Schools, $25,000. Resource and Purpose-Built Schools of Atlanta, $25,000. And Rise Augusta. These are the schools that, these are the systems that are exceeding about recognizing the literacy in their communities. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 22nd for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is Augusta University Day here at the Capitol, also Augusta Day, and we're proud to be the home, as you know, of the Medical College of Georgia, the 4th largest medical school in the nation, the Dental College of Georgia, the only dental school in Georgia, and the Georgia Cyber Center. Also, we're home to the state-of-the-art research that can do, in conjunction with their partner, Wellstar MCG, help recruit and retain the best and brightest to our state. We have incredible students, staff, foundation of trustees in the gallery today, and members. You also got your hat again, as always, great master's hat. But please welcome the person from Augusta University and all the trustees. Please, thank you. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 14th. I always look forward to your points of personal privilege, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm the senator from the 14th, and this is Trump Morning News. Trump Morning News, your #1 leader in Trump News Entertainment, keeping you apprised of the health of your democracy. Today in Trump Morning News, international affairs. We've got several headlines about President Trump's efforts to do something to the world order and somehow reconfigure the U.S.'s relationship to every other country. Just this week, the United States voted with Russia and North Korea against a European-sponsored resolution that would condemn the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This comes after the United States restarted talks with Putin in Russia to carve up parts of Ukraine and come to a peace deal without Ukraine at the table. President Trump referred to President Zelensky of Ukraine as a dictator and essentially realigned decades of foreign policy in which the United States sided with democracies and prospective NATO members over Russia. Susan Collins, a senator from Maine, blasted the American opposition to the UN resolution condemning Russian aggression, calling it shameful. Another senator, John Curtis from Utah, said he was deeply troubled by the vote, which puts us on the same side as Russia and North Korea. In other foreign affairs news, President Trump has initiated the program of a gold card for admission to the United States. For $5 million, any foreign national could potentially become a U.S. citizen or find a path to citizenship. When asked if Russian oligarchs would be eligible for this program, President Trump said he knew some of them, and they're fine people. I don't know if that's a direct quote, but that's paraphrased. On the other side of the gold card is Guantanamo Bay. So currently, when we are deporting migrants as United States, we are sending people to Guantanamo Bay for week-long stays. The Washington Post reported that there were suicide attempts, the refusal of basic human rights and ability to access the bathroom, that sort of thing. And this is on the tail of flights deporting people back to countries like India, in which people were reportedly shackled while they were trying to use the bathroom on the plane. Here with critical commentary on this foreign affairs news, our special guest, the senator from the 14th. Senator from the 14th. So, you know, President Trump has made clear that he respects dictators and autocrats. Putin, others who seek to restrict basic civil liberties and human rights. But we should believe him, right? He puts his money where his mouth is. He is sending people to Guantanamo Bay, camps. He is objecting to the press pool's coverage that the White House Correspondents Association has typically selected. The pool reporter is now going to be selected by the Trump administration. And he's siding with Russia, not just in negotiations, but in UN resolution votes that Republican senators are calling shameful. So we can make no mistake that President Trump is siding with the autocrats and is sending the United States in a direction that is reversing decades of foreign policy and our world leadership as a pro-democracy voice. And that's all the time we have for Trump Morning News this morning. As always, we remind you, your state legislators, there's nothing you can do personally about this problem. And there's nothing the Republican Party could have done in the last 20 years to prevent any of this from happening. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Senator, I got distracted, so I didn't get to hear all that. So maybe you can come up here and brief me on it here in a second. Always appreciate you, though, Senator. We're going to break up points of personal privilege and introduce our doctor of the day that we missed a second ago. And to that, I will introduce our senator from the 1st to introduce our doctor of the day.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here today we have Elizabeth Gray, who would be a great person to come visit in the clinic downstairs if needed. She was the founding campus dean of the Medical College of Georgia, Georgia Southern Partnership Campus in Savannah, and she's an associate professor, internal medicine like myself, and completed a residency at George Washington University in D.C. A long history of working in medical education, having served most recently as a founding director of clinical sciences in South Florida. She began her position with the Medical College of Georgia in June of 2021 and has been working to help develop our 4-year medical campus for students in Savannah to provide greater opportunities for students to become integrated into the community. She's a clinician, medical educator with a passion for service, and her research is focused on innovative curricular design, expanding the use of technology in medical education, and the development of remediation of skills in the clinical performance. With her, she has a medical student and has done all 4 years, or has done his 3rd and 4th year in Savannah. He's already gone through the match and is going to, I'll say this quietly, going to Oregon. But he's coming back to Georgia, hopefully Savannah in ophthalmology, and that is Tommy Bowie. And without any further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Elizabeth Gray.
Thank you so much. I just want to take a moment to thank you for your unwavering support for the Medical College of Georgia and for Augusta University. Because of your hard work and dedication, we were able to open our campus this past July to a cohort of 41 learners who will complete all 4 years in Savannah. And as you know, we already have an established campus that has over 80 clinical learners in Savannah. That is a huge boost for our clinician workforce in the state. Two of these fantastic students, Tommy Bowie, who was just mentioned, and Ruth Naya, are here to represent the campus today and are volunteering their services here at the Capitol, so please come by and see them if you can. But once again, thank you for all you do in support of our educational mission and in support of the health of Georgians.
Good job, good job. All right. Recognize the senator from the 45th for appointed personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to recognize February 26, 2025 as Charter School Day here at the state capitol. Georgia's first charter school law was enacted in 1993, and there are currently 96 charter schools operating in communities throughout our state. Members of this body commend the dedicated teachers and leaders serving Georgia's charter school students and celebrate the 65,000 students that are enrolled in charter schools throughout our state. But in saying that, there are additional charter schools needed. There are 21,000 students currently on a waiting list to attend charter schools, and we need to support them in any way that we can. But if there's any of the charter school folks up in the gallery above, if you would please stand and be recognized. If we could give them a hand. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield well.
Recognize the Dean of the Senate, senator from the 15th.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Today, as part of a Black History Moment, I would like to recognize a remarkable man, Frederick McKinley Jones, a visionary, inventor, engineer, and entrepreneur whose groundbreaking contributions have shaped our nation. Frederick McKinley Jones was a groundbreaking inventor, engineer, and entrepreneur. He has a lasting impact on American society. He was born in Covington, Kentucky on May 17, 1893. Jones faced early hardships, including being orphaned at the age of 11. Despite only having a sixth grade education, his natural talent for mechanics and electronics drove him to secure over 60 patents throughout his lifetime. During World War I, Jones served as a sergeant, a rare achievement for an African-American soldier at the time, and used his technical skills to improve military operations. After the war, he continued to innovate, developing a portable X-ray machine, creating a movie ticket dispensing machine, and laying the foundation for modern refrigeration system. His most significant achievement was designing a mobile refrigeration system that happened in 1938. It revolutionized the transport of perishable goods and saved thousands of lives during World War II by enabling the transport of blood and medical supplies to our soldiers. Jones co-founded the U.S. Thermal Control Company, now known as Thermo King, which remains a leader in mobile refrigeration technology. His work continues to influence industries ranging from food transport to healthcare. Jones's legacy is a testament to resilience, innovation, and the ability to overcome adversity. His inventions not only advanced technology, but also saved lives, making him a hero whose contributions shaped the modern world. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize senators from the 17th for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, today I rise to welcome the Georgia Act Housing Day at the Capitol. So we are delighted to have them. Would you please stand, come out here where they can see you? We have with us today President and CEO Dr. Bambi Brown Hayes. Just stand right there and wave. Mrs. Archie Emerson and Ms. Leila Gill are all with the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, whose mission is democracy in housing, now focusing on affordable housing and wealth building and fair housing. So we are delighted to have you today at the Georgia State Capitol and especially here in the Senate. Thank you for being here. This is your house, the people's house. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the well.
The man from Noonan, Georgia. We got a lot of people signed up for points of personal privilege today. So, Senator, brevity is always the best way.
Mr. President, there are some things you just can't rush, and greatness is one of those. And I want to tell you about something great. Today is Self-Direction Day, the 4th annual Self-Direction Day. And many of you may ask, what is self-direction? Well, it's an optional model of home and community-based services delivery that enables individuals of all ages with all types of disabilities to maintain their independence at home in their local community. So we've got members from the association here and here to celebrate Self-Direction Day. There they are. Y'all give them a warm Senate welcome. We appreciate y'all being here. Want to say thank you to this body. We did a resolution for them to honor this great day, and we honor the great work that they do serving our citizens back home. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 39th for a point of personal privilege.
Good morning. I rise today to celebrate State Restaurant Day at the State Capitol, which is today, and recognize the Georgia Restaurant Association. From the mom and pop eateries that have been serving communities for generations to the national restaurant brands that got their start right here in our state, the restaurant industry is comprised of over 23,000 food and drink establishments, providing more than 50,000 jobs statewide. As we know, restaurants are not simply places to go where we enjoy food. They are economic engines, job creators, and gathering spaces that bring people together. In fact, 1 out of every 10 Georgians are employed by the restaurant industry, making it one of the largest private sector employers in our state. The Georgia Restaurant Association has always been at the forefront of critical issues, ensuring that our state's hospitality industry remains one of the best in the nation. Whether they are advocating for policies that support small business growth and economic stability, workforce development needs, and evolving industry necessities, I want to personally thank the GRA and all of its members for their vast contributions. Time and again, this industry has proven that it is strong, adaptable, and essential to the fabric of our state. And I ask, we've got folks, including the executive director of the GRA, I think, in the gallery, and other restaurant industry professionals, would ask you to give them a warm welcome to the Georgia Senate. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 24th.
Mr. President, I come to the well today to recognize a lady from back in Columbia County. This lady grew up in Columbia County, lived there her whole life, as I have myself. She is a first-class lady. She is a retired educator. She has a doctor's degree in education. She also has a black belt in karate. She also has 2 beautiful children. She also has 5 wonderful grandchildren and 1 on the way. The woman that is the most beautiful woman that I ever known. I want to wish her a happy birthday, my wife, Donna.
Senator, it's your wife's birthday today? She's the one that has a black belt in karate? I bet she's had to use that a lot around the house with you. Well, tell her we said happy birthday. Happy birthday. That's great. Recognize Senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to recognize this morning the Association of Georgia General Aviation of Airports. Airports are a major part of what we do. We've got 95 in the state of Georgia that serve us. They are essential to our state's transportation and economic infrastructure. These local airports support extensive aviation industry in our state. These airports are a backbone to our industries, to the industries. Georgia General Aviation Airports have an economic impact of over $2 billion in the state of Georgia. Today in the gallery, we have the members and their boards with us. If you'll stand, recognizing them. We have Mario Evans, Amber McCall, and Nate Shatner, and Hope Macaluso. We thank you for all you do for us for keeping our airports going. With that, Mr. President, I leave.
Recognize the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today as a proud resident of DeKalb County to recognize one of a very important group of folks who are joining us today. You might not know this, but DeKalb County, and specifically Stone Mountain, is the home of the state's only brain injury clubhouse. And so today I have with me members of Side by Side, along with their CEO, Mr. Brian Schroeder. And I want to invite this body certainly to greet them and welcome our members of Side by Side who are here. If you've ever had a loved one suffer from a brain injury, you know that there's a complicated web of treatment that is battled in order to face this long road of reintegration back into their regular lives. The battle does not stop after short-term treatment that patients receive at some of our greatest hospitals, but it continues long after patients are sent home. As those with traumatic brain injuries relearn how to function and survive and thrive in the world. The Shepherd Center recognized this post-discharge gap in care 25 years ago and partnered with one of its program directors to create Side by Side. The clubhouse enriches the lives of those who have TBIs by teaching them how to become confident, active, and respected participants in their communities, regardless of their members' ability to pay. My visit to Side by Side was incredibly inspiring, so much so that I told my wife we had to give immediately to help support them. And I'm honored that this body in the state continues to provide support to people who are living with TBIs. I encourage you to meet our folks today as they advocate for themselves and for others who are living and surviving from TBIs. Thank you so much. And again, welcome. I'd like to acknowledge their presence here today.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the small-town country lawyer from Henry County. He is country.
Appreciate that, Mr. President. I did not wear my country lawyer shoes today, but your judges will once again be here tomorrow. The Superior Court Judges Council has a legislative breakfast tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock from 8 to 10 down in 216, the Capitol. So please go by and say hello to your Superior Court judges tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Recognize Senator from the 12th.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to welcome students from Doherty High School, Albany, Georgia. I think they've already left the chambers, but these are special students, and Ms. Sherelle Bird and her group are here today from Doherty High School. And I would also like to welcome the Southwest Georgia RESA, which these are superintendents from our Southwest Georgia area, and we want to thank them for coming to visit with us on today. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. And last but certainly not least, we have our Majority Leader.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, there's a lot of people in this building today, a lot of important things going on, and there's a lot of groups here trying to advocate for special people. And I want to recognize a group of folks that are in this building that are important to all of us, and that's the CASA Day at the Capitol. These court-appointed special advocates play a critical role in ensuring that our children who have experienced neglect or abuse have received the support, stability, and opportunities that they need to reach their full potential. CASA volunteers come from communities across our state, stepping up to provide a voice for children in the foster care system. And you know how important foster care is in this Senate because we pass really good pieces of legislation in the last 3 years here as well. Their involvement expands the resources available to juvenile courts and children and families in the foster care system. Our local CASAs provide consistency and continuity in an otherwise uncertain time for these children. A CASA advocate is often the one that's consistent with the adults and among many throughout the time a child is in and out of a home child care provider. I want to commend the over 2,500 CASA volunteers, 250 staff members, and over 500 local board members who dedicate their time and energy to creating a more coordinated and compassionate response for the children and families in crisis in our state. I'm honored to welcome advocates at all levels of CASA Network from all 159 counties here today. They have come to share about critical issues facing children in foster care. I encourage everyone to take a moment today to connect with them, talk to these folks that are in the hall and around the campus, listen to their stories, and thank them for their invaluable service to our citizens in our state. I also want to recognize one from my district, Miss Diane Scoggins from Gilmer County. Diane, if you're still here, please stand and be recognized. But y'all give a warm welcome to all the CASA volunteers that are in the building today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Does any other senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? I think just about everybody in the chamber already did that, but I wanted to ask one more time. All right, moving on. You have before you a consent calendar of privilege resolutions. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar? Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution on the consent calendar? Chair hears none. The resolution on the consent calendar is adopted. All right, we have a special motion here. Recognize the senator from the 21st.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that SB 151 be withdrawn from Slogo Local and recommitted to Slogo General.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 151 by Senator Beach of the 21st and others, a bill to maintain an act to create the Joint Development Authority of North Fulton Municipalities, to provide a short title, to provide definitions, to provide for powers of the authority, to provide for directors of the authority, to provide a development area, to provide for revenue bonds and other obligations of the authority, to recite constitutional authority, to provide for effect on other authorities, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator has moved. Is there objection? There is objection. Senator, would you like to speak to your motion? No? Okay. Senator, would you like to speak to your objection? No. All right. Well, we'll just vote on it then. All those in favor of the motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 31, the nays are 23, and this motion has prevailed. All right, on to the rules calendar. Starting with Senate Bill 40. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 40 by Senator Hatch to the 50th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 14 of Chapter 1 of Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to secondary metals recyclers so as to provide for applicability of the definition of the term used attached catalytic converters to said article, to remove the exception for used attached catalytic converters from the application of said article, to provide for certain registration requirements for secondary metals recyclers, to provide for the use of certain registration fees, to provide for records and reporting, to make conforming changes, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 42nd District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitutes to Senate Bill 40, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 14 of Chapter 1 of Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to secondary metals recyclers so as to provide for applicability of the definition of the term used attached catalytic converters to said article and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to bring you Senate Bill 40. Most of you probably recognize this bill. This passed unanimously out of the Senate last year. It was sent over to the House, and someone in the House thought it was germane enough for catalytic converters to strip it and add the judicial compensation pay bill to it. So hopefully we'll take another crack at it this year. It cleans up some definitions. And you know what we've seen since the first bill that we passed 2 or 3 years ago is a dramatic decrease in catalytic converter theft across the state. It's made a huge difference. This piece of legislation is supported by the Sheriff's Association, the EMTs, Georgia Powers, AT&T, and probably all of your constituents. So I would be happy to yield to any questions. But if not, Mr. President, I'll yield the way.
Senator. Recognize the senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yields?
I do.
Senator, last year you said this bill was a little bit heavier. It had another bill attached to it.
It ended up being stripped in the House, and they added the judicial compensation to it.
Did you, the Senator further yield?
I will.
Did you take that portion off of your bill this year?
I feel like you may be a little bit more interested in that portion this year, and it did include Supreme Court justice pay to my friend from the 19th.
Thank you. Did you, Senator further yield?
I do.
Did the senator take that portion of the bill off his bill this year, the part with judicial pay?
Judicial pay is not on this bill.
Will Senator yield for a final question?
I will.
Does that mean you don't support the judicial pay bill?
I definitely support the judicial pay bill, and I'm looking forward to for your green vote this year too, Senator.
Senator, you really put the Cadillac converters and the judicial pay bill on the same bill, Senator?
Mr. President, our friends in the House thought that was germane enough to strip and add the judicial pay last year.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, wonderful. Do you have no more questions?
Thank you. I'll yield the well.
Cadillac converters and pay raises, I guess. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 3. This bill having received the constitutional majority is therefore passed by substitute. Moving on to Senate Bill 130.
Senate Bill 130 by Senator Hodges III and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to health so as to expand medical education funding and the Service Cancelable Loan Program to revise definitions to provide for medical education funding to certain medical organizations, facilities, to provide for a physician in certain residency or fellowship programs to be eligible for the Service Cancelable Loan Program, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson, the 1st District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 3rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I bring you Senate Bill 130. This is agency legislation for the Georgia Board of Healthcare Workforce. Purpose of the bill is pretty simple. It's to increase the number of healthcare providers that we have in our state to try to head off expected shortages in those healthcare providers. It does this in 2 ways. Number one, it expands the eligibility and the reach of our medical education funding programs. And secondly, it expands the eligibility and the reach of the board's Service Cancelable Loan Program. Section 1 of the bill amends Title 31. Title 31 recognizes our state's responsibility to help fund medical education in order to increase the number of healthcare providers. So it directs the Department of Community Health to pay up to $10,000 per annum for each resident receiving medical education in programs that are accredited or that are approved by the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education. The amendment to this adds to the eligibility of the program by changing a term. The term designated teaching hospitals will be changed to designated institutions. Change in terms will allow hospitals owned by authorities, teaching hospitals. It will add to that now federal qualified health centers or standalone clinics, as long as those medical facilities have a Center for Medicare or Medicaid number. They're participating in Medicare and Georgia Medicaid, and they have a contract with the state to educate residents or fellowships or fellows. I will note that this program is handled by the Georgia Healthcare Workforce Board. If appropriated dollars don't cover, then the funding is reduced pro rata to all the institutions that are participating until money is added. Section 2 of this bill also amends Title 31 by adding final year residents and fellowship physicians to the list of providers eligible to participate in a board loan program. Currently, we have physicians, dentists, PAs, advanced practice RNs who have completed their medical education eligible, but this will add those final year residents and fellows so that they can participate in these programs if they will agree to serve in underserved areas in our state, and those areas are outlined by the board. Section 3 simply requires a resident or fellowship physician participant to be a citizen of the United States. Mr. President, I'll stop here if there are any questions. Questions? Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Sorry about that, Senator. Does any other person wish to speak, any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 4. This bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Moving on to House Bill 67. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 67 by Representative Burns, the 159th, and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act making and providing appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025, known as the General Appropriations Act, Act number 709, approved May 7th, 2024, known as to make, provide, and change certain appropriations for the operation of the state government and its departments, boards, bureaus, commissions, institutions, and other agencies for the university system, common schools, counties, municipalities, and political subdivisions, for all other governmental entities, projects, and undertakings authorized by law, and for all leases, contracts, agreements, and grants authorized by law, to provide for the control and administration of funds, to provide an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Appropriations recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Tillery, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Appropriations recommends the following substitute to House Bill 67, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act making and providing appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025, known as the General Appropriations Act, Act number 709, approved May 7th, 2024, so as to make, provide, and change certain appropriations for the operation of the state government and its departments, boards, bureaus, commissions, institutions, and other agencies for the university system, common schools, counties, municipalities, and political subdivisions for all other governmental activities and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the distinguished appropriations chair speak to the budget.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I bring to you the Senate's version of House Bill 67, the state's FY25 amended budget. Before I get started, I do want to take a personal liberty and point out one thing. Many of you know that I followed Senator Jack Hill, we can say his name now, in this position. And Jack taught me a lot, but another person who taught me a ton was Terry England, the chairman in the House. You know that Terry went through a horrible accident about a week ago, 2 weeks ago. He's currently at the Shepherd Center recovering. Terry would always wear a purple tie when he presented the budget in the House. Purple represents Alzheimer's and dementia care. And his mother, Miss Esther England, suffered from that debilitating disease, and his family saw that for a long time. So in honor of Terry today, we're wearing a purple tie here in the Senate. Terry, we hope that you get well soon. Thank you for everything you taught me. There are a few thank yous that I owe as well. Director Dunn, OPB, we've been working on this budget since last October. In the House, Chairman Hatchett and his staff have worked tirelessly, the House Budget Office, since about that time as well. And then, of course, on the Senate side, this budget does not get done alone. We have a staff of phenomenal researchers who are here around the building today to help answer your questions should we have one or I get stumped. And you know those people: Brent Churchwell, Austin Trott, Courtney, Lindsay, Allison, Emily, Caroline, Jennifer, and Caitlin. If you don't mind giving them a round of applause for their help to get through here today. I also owe a debt of gratitude to the subcommittee chairs. Their jobs are not perfunctory. We try to work through the budget to work out the problems in subcommittee before they get to the full floor. And I appreciate all of the help you brought in a way that I'm going to talk about later on. It was more difficult this year. Usually we get to have a week of subcommittee hearings, or full hearings, with the House. That didn't happen this year for reasons we're going to talk about later on. So your job was even tougher. And thank you so much for the effort you put into creating this amended budget and what you're already putting in to work on the FY26. When we sat around the Senate Budget Office and talked about a way to describe 2024, the only word we could come up with was cantankerous. The weather in 2024 was definitely cantankerous. We had 2 hurricanes, 1 tornado, 3 instances of 10 inches or more of rain, 2 40-day droughts in between those 10 inches of rain days. And that created significant issues across our state. And folks have asked, why? Do you think it's climate change? I think it's build out. I think it has a lot to do with that as well. But if you have a 40-day drought, then you have 10 inches of rain, you know that the soil is not staying in place. Our folks in southeast and southwest Georgia and then eastern Georgia experienced this most heavily. In fact, we had an entire day of our subcommittee budget, our joint committee budget hearings devoted solely to discussing the effects of storms, Hurricane Helene, on South and East Georgia. Ironically, that day was canceled because of another storm. 4 inches of ice and snow that covered central and southern Georgia, something that I don't think anybody had on their bingo card for 2025. The Senate's budget addresses storm victims in a way that supports the House and adds to it. Our budget also addresses infrastructure needs across our state, those infrastructure needs being in traffic, water, and it also addresses the human element that we expect government to serve. It doesn't stop there. It continues to roll back taxes for our citizens with tax refunds and sets us on a course to continue to reduce the state income tax into the future. We also address needs with bonds. In the past, we've had bond debt. You'll see our Senate budget take a step to address that bond debt faster, to continue the solid footing that this body and our friends across the hall have placed our state on. In the Senate, if you start looking at the governor's budget related to storm, you have about $614 million. I think that's the number that's been reported in the press, that the governor placed in his budget to address storm damage. About $200 million of that went to Georgia Department of Transportation to replace broken signs, street lights, red lights. About $200 million reimbursed us ourselves for things we had done. $100 million we rolled immediately into storm, and then $100 million that we placed, that we had to replace funds for when we reduced the state motor fuel after the storm period. The House added to those funds, specifically as it relates to ag and timber. The Senate takes the House ad and adds $125 million more on top of that for a package that totals around $750 million if you're looking at numbers and pulling out those things that we're paying for ourselves. The Senate's ads are for the storm in ag and timber total $50 million. For local governments related to pickup of debris, that's still ongoing, another $50 million. And then we have people who aren't farmers. They aren't timber owners. They're not small governments themselves. but they're still hurting too. In fact, in my district, about every third house still has a blue tarp on the roof where they either haven't been able to resolve their insurance claim yet, or they've not been able to find a contractor who could come to replace that roof. So the Senate's budget takes $10 million that was added by the House, adds $15 million to it in the Department of Community Affairs for individuals, victims of the storm, who through no fault of their own, nonetheless are still awaiting claims to be adjudicated or claims that were denied. And because of that, have the only thing between their beds and the outside elements at night being a blue tarp they were delivered 151 days ago. I believe we have a duty to those individuals to try to help answer their concerns, their claims. And while we're helping our ag and timber communities, we can find monies and time to devote to them as well. The Senate's version of that works through our nonprofits. We have many of them here in our state. The United Way, Habitat for Humanity, who already work on these causes. The Senate's budget places $25 million in a competitive grant program to allow our nonprofits to help our citizens to recover and return what won't be returning to normal. There will never be a return to normal in this area, but it will allow them to return to a sense of baseline where they can continue to be productive members for our state. You can't add $125 million for storm without cutting something. So what did we cut? Well, we started with our own budget. You'll see the Senate takes money out of its budget, a little over $200,000 to start that trend. And then we go through and comb hiring dates, start dates, positions that were added in other agencies, projects that are yet to be funded, and we move some projects that we have funded already and said, hey, those are important to us still, but we've got to deal with the problem that's right nearest to us, the one that's right in front of us first, and that was storm relief. We moved those funds to address storm damage while still honoring the commitments we'd made to agencies in the past. The Senate's budget is not full of only cuts, though. We did prioritize infrastructure, as I told you, water, roads, freight, rail. We also have significant additions in corrections and human services. Those are areas that we've heard from you were important. Those are areas that we know we're going to address. I want to start walking through some of those now. In the area of the courts, the Senate agreed with most of the House positions. Most of those were reductions. We agreed with starting the judicial pay raise if it started back into January, which created additional savings that we did roll towards storm relief. At the Department of Administrative Affairs, there's a big line. You know, we've got several large contracts on the line for vendors related to technology upgrades to a system that we've been using for over 25 years. The House pulled $35 million out of that line item. The Senate agreed with that. We also then applied the interest that was held in that topic to the total payment cost, and we're able to create additional savings that we rolled into storm relief. At the Department of Agriculture, we're not able to we did make some combs around their buildings and around positions, but we did agree that we've got a problem with chicken. We've got a problem related to the avian flu that our Commissioner Harper has addressed head on and swiftly. We supported the additions made for the vendor there, but we did point out that is a vendor contract, and in the future we probably need to include that cost in the contract rather than general funds. At the Department of Behavioral Health, there were certain funds, you know, we've talked about our opioid settlement funds in the past. We were able to clear up some general funds by making, we still want those programs to continue. Please let me be clear about that. We do think opioid intervention is important. And by making and moving those funds to instead be paid for by opioid settlement funds, it creates a cleanup of general funds that we're then also able to move into storm aid. At the Department of Community Affairs, we recognize that this storm and others have affected our downtowns through many of your letters and requests, as well as the requests of many of our local government officials. The Senate's budget capitalizes the downtown revolving loan fund at $3 million. In GFA, the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority, the Senate's budget meets the House and the governor's add of $502 million roughly for Southeast Georgia. It also pulls $200 million out specifically to be used in counties that are not in Southeast Georgia, to allow other local governments to apply for those funds for needs that we know they have for their communities. The Senate's budget continues by addressing $65 million for direct state investment in additional water projects around our state. In health, the Senate's budget meets and matches the governor's budget for Mercer University and Morehouse University with $25 million each. We need to face something and realize something. We're a growing state. We're also a state that's growing older. And while I'm not convinced yet we have a doctor shortage, we definitely have a doctor concentration problem. And by using our programs at Mercer and Morehouse to continue to create doctors for rural communities, I think we can help address this further. There was a study done, I think it might have been by Deloitte, that pointed this out. We want to answer and respond to that. The Senate's budget takes $3 million that was placed at PCOM. We can't fund everything. We cut that budget line item in half, applying $1.5 million to where PCOM was going to serve that at Colquitt Medical Center, creating additional savings that we did roll into Storm. As I talk to you about our state growing and growing older, the Senate's budget also adds $20 million, or creates $20 million for residency positions at naive Medicare residency programs. There's been a change in federal law that allows certain programs that have not done Medicaid residencies before, or perhaps they had done it in one way, they can repurpose that and start once again. And we think that this presents a unique opportunity to allow for residency programs to be expanded, particularly in our middle and southern regions of the state. The Senate's budget places that $20 million into residency programs with an instruction that the preference and focus of those programs be below State Route 540, which we colloquially know as the Fall Line Freeway. The evidence, again, I think it was from the Deloitte study, shows that where doctors do their residency, they are more likely to stay. It may be a time for our state to begin focusing more on residency programs than undergraduate medical, because the retention for those focused on undergraduate medical is not nearly the same as the return on retention when we invest in our residency programs. At the Department of Corrections, the Senate budget challenges the Guidehouse report in several areas, mostly related to cost. And I can't take credit for all of that. The chairman, senator from the 56, went through and combed those items line by line to create additional savings for the Senate budget while also addressing the concerns. At the Department of Economic Development, our budget analysts were keen hawks and realized that there were certain contracts that had been paid for in the previous year. We pulled that savings out as well and voted it to Senate priorities. At the Department of Education, we did find some savings in contracts and personnel, some other savings in the cost for our testing program, and then savings related to travel. We agree with the House and governor, however, concerning school security safety grants at $50 million, which now would create for this year almost $70,000 in school safety grants per school. In the employee retirement system, many of you have gotten calls from previous state employees asking about cost of living adjustments, among other things. The Senate budget agrees with the House and the governor, sending $500 million, $500 million to shore up the employee retirement system fund. And in the governor's office, we moved $5.75 million to our Next Gen 911 Center. It's something that many of you have talked with me about offline. We know that Next Gen 911 is here. Our state's we're going to have some bills on moving that forward that I think are being carried by others. And the Senate's putting $5.75 million along with the House to move that progress forward. The governor's office also has another big ad. You'll see $82 million there. We didn't create all that $82 million. We created 50 of it. And we also pulled $32 million that the governor had already devoted to debris pickup for local governments. we added $50 million to it to make sure that our local communities have the funds necessary to remove debris from the side of roadways that's still being picked up even now as we speak related to Hurricane Helene. The Senate also included $5 million for relief for county facilities to comply with federal orders. That was something we talked about here in this chamber. I think it came from the senator, perhaps from the 9th. Department of Human Services, the out-of-home care budget by Senate numbers seemed to be low by about $44 million. Remember that that's monies we use to pay directly to foster parents, those who are housing children that for one reason or another, due to neglect or abuse, had to be removed from their home. The Senate's budget takes and uses some federal funds, Title IV funding, and about $38 million of state general funds to make sure that our foster parents have the funding they need to keep the roughly 12,000 children who are in state care in their homes. At the Department of Insurance, we were able to comb a little bit of savings out of the reinsurance funds and applied those to other Senate priorities. At the GBI and the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, we continued our quest to stand up the facility in Macon, and we added $200,000 for sexual assault centers with more than one location. At the Department of Juvenile Justice, we combed through to align their expenditures with the budget and increase funds for retention for their officers at the same time. In the Department of Law, the Senate's budget funds human trafficking facilities, or units rather, in Augusta and Macon. The reason we thought it was important to do so is that these two areas have over 80 suspected incidents of human trafficking in the past 18 months. At the Department of Natural Resources, we did add $1.5 million in outdoor rec for adaptive equipment and inclusive playground equipment for children with special needs. It's something that had been requested many times. It's a small add, and we do believe that that's going to be able to be paired with grant funding and multiplied further. At Department of Public Safety, we did comb through some of their hiring and some of their hire dates to find funds and align their spending with the budget, creating additional savings for the Senate priorities I've already mentioned. We also continued our history of funding the sheriff's training programs and added the police chief's training program to our funding list as well. At Regents, the Senate's budget funds the employer's share for cost increases. We also pulled funds to use those from underutilized programs and apply those other items to Senate priorities that I've already mentioned. At the Department of Revenue, the Senate agreed with the House and Governor to refund $250 per individual and $500 to married couple for those who've paid taxes, income taxes to our state. I think that's a really big deal, and you should give yourself a pat on the back if you want to, I guess, for that. But we have more there to do, and I think we will address that as we continue to move forward. It's a one-time move, but there's more there we can do. At Student Finance, the Senate combed unused scholarships and used the savings there to relate to our program ads that we saw in corrections and human services. And at TCSG, we did the same. Again, combing start dates, creating savings that we directed, in this instance, to the Department of Human Services out of home care deficit. At the Department of Transportation, you'll see quite a few ads there, again, infrastructure related. We agreed with the House with their additions for airport aid. We had a slight increase of roughly $800,000 in aid for rails built around our communities, upgrading the rail so that we can potentially get more truck traffic off the roads, getting it onto rail, which is more efficient for all of us. The Senate also added about $15 million to the LARP program for a total of $265 million. Those funds go directly to local governments for your road projects and infrastructure. $500 million to the freight and infrastructure. I'm going to mess up the name of the program, but the freight and logistics. Sorry, I was calling it freight and infrastructure. You're right. Freight and logistics program. And $53 million to the GTIB program, the Georgia Transportation Investment Bank. That $53 million is there for your local communities to apply, competitively apply, for projects in their district, in their area, that can help relieve traffic, help move freight, help make the quality of your citizens' lives better by moving our people and freight more efficiently. In the Department of Veterans budget, Veterans Affairs, for many, many years, dating back to Chairman Hill, the Senate has prioritized the subacute unit in Milledgeville. It's a facility where our veterans can seek mental health needs they need. We have funded it. We have also agreed with the feds and used some federal funding there too. Due to some things related to space and how many people would use it from other states, we've had an issue standing it up year after year. We've also had some times where we had to use some of that funding at our veterans nursing home facilities. The Senate is committed to standing up this facility, and the Senate's budget includes $2 million additional dollars to make sure that subacute unit comes online this year. In bonds, so it's really cash, but usually it would be bonds, you'll see some moves that we made again to pay for damage related to storm. As I've already mentioned to you, we repurposed an underutilized project or unrealized project. That created about $56 million. By taking those funds and moving them to just the first two projects we saw on the list, that we were able to create $56 million more in cash that we could move into storm relief. Again, the issue we thought was nearest to us that we needed to handle fast. We also trimmed Regents MR&R to create additional savings, and we eliminated the Secretary of State's plan for new scanners and machines, creating additional savings that we did then roll into storm. I'm going to walk through some of those other capital improvements for you now. There's about a $6 million ad that the House, the Governor, and the Senate agreed on for the School of the Deaf. We've, for a long time, neglected a need over there, and a $6.5 million ad there will address the School of the Deaf in Cave Springs, which is in Floyd County. The Senate, House, and Governor also agreed with roughly a $99 million ad for a research and translations research building at the Health Sciences campus of Augusta University in Richmond County. The Senate budget combed a lot of the vehicles that you will see that were in what would traditionally be the bond package, but in this instance is cash. We said, yes, we do understand where vehicles are important for getting your jobs done, but if we can hold off on some of those vehicles for 1 year, creating the cash savings that's necessary for pouring cash into storm relief immediately, we think that that's a better use of the funds as we sit right now. The one area that we did not comb back vehicle purchases in, though, was the Department of Public Safety. We're on a 5-year plan to turn over every state trooper car once every 5 years. That's because of the number of the mileage that they rack up. And the Senate did not want to interrupt that plan by combing that line item. However, everybody else was game to have their numbers reduced. Again, $1 million here, $500,000 there, to create the dollars we thought we needed for other areas of the budget. The Senate agreed with the House on design money for a new Department of Corrections facility. We also agreed with the House and the Governor for the construction of the Central Medical Examiner's Building in Dry Branch, which is in Bibb County, Georgia. It's been a Senate priority for a long time, and we appreciate the Governor setting aside the funds to help there. It's important not only for the crime lab, it's important for local governments who've been traveling miles and miles and miles just to get certain answers done, and for families who've been waiting time and time again for answers from the state crime lab when they're in their direst need, when they're waiting for their loved ones to be buried. You'll see on line 37116 the public safety facility complex in Athens, Clark County. You'll see a zero there. I want to explain that number for a second. The Senate's budget does not zero out the trooper building and combined public safety building that's going to be made there in Athens and Oconee County. It instead instructs the Georgia Finance Commission to use funds that were already placed there for unutilized capital projects and to move that building ahead. We did the same thing with the facility for human trafficking in Augusta. That's not a zero. If you read the caption, you'll see we asked them to redirect the funds from the unrealized construction project and use it there. In Secretary of State's budget, as you see, I already told you there was roughly $47 million in the governor's budget, $32 million in the House budget for ballot scanners and printers. The Senate zeroes that out. You'll see later on, though, that we do instruct that $5 million from the unutilized construction projects already be mentioned be redirected to the Secretary of State's office for that office to follow through with the things we've already asked them to do in last year's bills related to security. At state parks, we don't hate state parks, but again, there was some ads for about $12 million there. We calmed those down by about $2 million to $10 million, still supporting the projects, but creating cap space necessary to devote to, again, what we thought was our biggest need at the time, supplying some relief for the victims of the hurricanes in South and East Georgia. The Senate did agree with the governor and the House with $5.6 million for a ferry purchase at Sapelo Island. Many of you are aware of what happened down there, and we thought that this is something we needed to address quickly. The Senate did not agree with the House's ad or the governor's original ad for $833,000 for moving the Olympic Cauldron to Centennial Park. We also combed a few dollars out of the Georgia World Congress Center related to an international plaza that we had to check. That's not for nightlife. That's for creating a plaza that would expand the Georgia World Congress Center's campus that they think would be an enhancement for their revenue-generating abilities. On line 371.29, we want to be good fiscal stewards of state dollars. And you'll see that the Senate put $60 million towards defeasance. We do have bond debt, bonds that sometimes run 5 years, 10 years, in some instances 20 years in our state. And if those bonds have an interest rate that is higher than what we are making on that money in our own bank accounts, then we should try to pay those off sooner. The $60 million is, again, a move that we made last year. It's a move that we're making this year. If there are bonds that we can pay off sooner and save state funding, we should do so. And line 371.29 allows us to do that. You'll see that there actually, because of increased interest rates, are not very many bonds that have an interest rate higher than what we actually are making currently. The Senate added $1.5 million to the House ad on line 371.38. In Valdosta, Georgia, the library during the storm was literally destroyed. We're going to have to work to help rebuild that facility. The locals are going to have to put in monies to do that as well. We also created money for a library in Lyons, Georgia, and also one in Loganville in Walton County. We think that these moves, combined with our other efforts on literacy, we know that we have a literacy issue in our state with only 30% of our students reading on third grade level, and we want to tackle that from every way we can. The Senate's ad at line 371.4 includes the Senate's 1/3 portion for the Harry Downs Building of Nursing and Dental Hygiene in Clayton County. And the Senate also included funds for the RBS equine facility in Newton County. Mr. President, thank you for allowing me to chair the Appropriations Committee. Senators, thank you for all the time that you put in, especially subcommittee chairs, in a time that was difficult as we didn't get to hold our joint meetings, but you stepped up to the plate. You did your role well. You did it in an abbreviated fashion, and I'm really grateful for all the help that you gave me in creating the budget we have here today. Senators, I'd ask for your favorable support of House Bill 67 as substituted by the Senate Appropriations Committee. And Mr. President, if there are no questions, I'll yield the will.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. Senator from the 53rd, you requested to speak in the front? Okay. All right. So Senator from the 6th, do you have a question? Senator from the 6th, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, you had mentioned about the bond debt, and we keep hearing about surplus. Would it make more sense to pay off some of this bond debt with surplus?
Yeah, thank you. Remember, we put monies aside to do that last year. We put monies aside to do that this year, too. But one thing I need to point out is that because of the state's incredible credit rating and because of what was happening the past 5 to 6 years, the state has, the interest rates on many state bonds is below 1%. I don't think we have any state bonds left that have an interest rate above 5%. So if we're making more than 5% on state money in banks, we should let that roll, and then we should use that money to return it back to taxpayers faster. So I agree with you. That's why you see that $60 million in again this year. We should pay off our debts, make sure our fiscal house is in order. But we also don't need to be fiscally unwise. If we're making more money than paying that off, just like you would as a business, let's continue to make that money for state taxpayers, and let's give it back to them.
Recognize Senator from the 17th. You see. No, it's down.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for all the hard work you did on this budget. I'm still concerned about the food pantries, and if we're trying to stamp out poverty and people are in dire need of food, I just feel that we should do all we can to get as much money as we can to support them. In years past, we've been able to get some monies in there for food pantries, but the last time it was approved by the Senate, but the governor took it out. So this time now, I got calls from the food pantries on yesterday and last night. They're concerned that now federally, the federal government, I understand, the federal government has taken money out. They will not be getting this money, these food pantries. And so if they're not getting the federal money and the governor will take it out of our budget, then we do not have a way for these people to get to help other people. So what I'm asking, my ask to you, I know isn't it true, but my ask of you is, can we take money, we have all this surplus money, can we take money, I know we have to cut somewhere else, but can we take money out of some other area and support these food pantries?
Thank you, Senator. I know how devoted you are to that cause. You have been a champion of food banks and those who are in food deserts for longer than I've been here, so thank you for that. Take a look in the decal budget. I think it's under nutrition services. We changed a caption to make that, we hope, be more friendly to food pantries. So you're talking about repurposing lines. I think we tried to do it there. And if you look at that and find that we were not successful in doing so, please grab me offline. I'd be happy to try to address it with you more.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does Senator yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true, Senator, that standing up the subacute therapy unit that we've been working on for several years is going to really fill a big gap that we have for veterans in the state with mental health disorders?
Senator, I agree with you. I know you've championed that cause, as has the senator, I believe, from the 54th and others, and it's thank you for what you did to work to address this. We're glad we're able to put it in this year's budget.
Thanks for your help with that.
Recognize Senator from the 8th.
Senator Yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, is it not true that the hurricane went right through the heart of your district?
Yes, sir.
Senator, my understanding is also that you called me during that time and you had sort of stood in the gap a little bit in part of your district, and you called me one day and asked me how I was holding up because it went through my district as well. But I just want to thank you as someone whose district was severely impacted from this storm. They say that things don't happen for no reason. I think with this budget you were uniquely qualified because you went through it as well. And I think folks that didn't live through it, it's something you had to live through. And I think the budget is reflective of what we can do with it being the largest natural disaster in our state's history. And I want to thank you for your work with Lieutenant Governor's Office and the Senate Budget Office on this. I sincerely appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Also to our friends in the back, I want to highlight for you that we are still picking up debris from a storm that was 151 days ago all across South and East Georgia today. We will be picking up that debris for years. It will be, I cannot imagine that we're able to fix just the roofs in the next 18 months. This is a long-term recovery, and the area will not be made whole. What we want to make sure we do with this budget, though, is stabilize that economy. We know that crops can be replanted next year, and that's going to be hard, especially with the weather that we talked about. But when you take out that much timberland, you then come very close to losing a mill. And if you lose a mill, you lose a 50-mile radius for employment and for tax base, for schools, public safety, and citizens. Mr. President, if there are no more questions, I'll yield the well.
You just have one last question, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes, sir. To the distinguished Dean of the Senate.
One area that, we're sort of interested in, and that is with the veterans. I think you mentioned $2 million, and I'm interested to know whether that was for the veterans at nursing home or was it for another area. And I'm asking that because if we apparently build out another section in there, that home can house many more people because the feds will come in and pay for that particular amount, if you understand the question.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Yes, sir. The feds were partners with us as we built that subacute unit.
Right.
We do need to get it staffed and up and moving. The $2 million is specifically tailored to address the issues at the subacute unit, which relates to mental health.
Right. I understand. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate your work you do.
Thank you.
You've got one last question, Senator. Okay. Senator from 36.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes, ma'am.
I would certainly agree with the sentiments that have been expressed about the perspective that you bring to the budget writing from where you live, from the area that you represent here in the Senate, that it's an asset when you're dealing with the budget and the challenges that we have at this point. My question is, we all heard the news that the federal relief funds that we expected, they changed, they kind of moved the goalpost in terms of changing the percentage of federal dollars that we're now going to receive for this disaster relief. That this is, my colleague said, this generational storm and the damage that it's wrought. And I hope I'm not asking you to repeat, but just to encapsulate for us how we're going to replace those dollars. And I know that's been woven through a lot of your comments, you know, as you've been in the well, but that left a big hole. And it's probably something that's going to be addressed both, in both budgets, our little budget and our big budget. But could you kind of walk us through
the federal move?
Sure. Yeah, thank you so much.
The storm occurred on September 29th of 2024. The governor immediately asked FEMA for a declaration of a major disaster. That declaration was granted. When that is granted, the state receives FEMA funds and local. There's two types of assistance. There's personal assistance, essentially, and public assistance. And FEMA made those funds available to the state of Georgia. They made the state of North Carolina eligible for 180 days, state of Florida for 180 days, the state of Georgia for, at the time, 90 days. This is September, so it's the previous administration. President Biden's president at the time. Governor Kemp asked for an extension of that 90 days on November the 11th of 2024, again under the previous administration. I'll highlight that for a reason later on. That extension was not granted to 180 days. It was granted to 120 days. I want to be fair to my federal partners in this and explain that the reason why that goalpost was not necessarily moved all the way to 180 days for us is because GEMA, the state, asked for something else as well. We said, instead of getting all of our payment at the back end, we'll do all this cleanup and then we'll bring a bill to you in April or May or June for the cleanup then, FEMA. The state of Georgia, its local governments, we're so devastated, we can't front 100% of that cost up front. So we're going to tell you what we think it costs, and we're going to ask you for 50% of it up front. And if we're wrong, I mean, look, you can pull it out of the back 50%. But if we're right, then you'll pay us the remaining 50% afterwards. This gives us startup funds to get moving. That's probably why the state wasn't given 180 days and why Florida and North Carolina were. But the governor, being the good, smart man he is, realized that there was a presidential election. And so after he had asked the previous administration twice, he turned and asked the new administration once, literally days after the new president was sworn in. The new president said, hey, listen, I'm not going to change the rules. You got your money up front. I'm not going to let you go all the way to 180, which was probably fair. Were we crazy to ask? Heck no, you should ask for anything. I've got a budget binder full of requests that you guys send me, and we only grant maybe a third of those each year. But you're not crazy for asking. If you don't ask, you're never going to get it. So the state asked. We did not get that. What the governor said after that announcement came out in January, he said the state will take up the 25% cost share that now will be applied after day 120 to local governments. The state would usually pay 10%. The local governments would pay 15%. The governor said the state's in a position where we're going to take on all 25% after 120, presumably, I guess, until day 180, but I'm not 100% certain on that. And the estimate of that cost for the governor's budget was $32 million. That's why he placed that money that he did at the governor's emergency fund. GEMA's numbers are still showing that number is right. As someone who lives down there, I think that number is a little low, which is why, and many of you echoed that concern, which is why the Senate added an additional $50 million to that line item to make sure we take care of those needs. So, yes, ma'am, we did ask the previous administration twice for an extension. We asked the current administration once. We were denied twice by the previous and once by the current. But to be fair to them, it was probably because we also asked for something else that we got that other states did not receive.
All right, Senator, you do have one last late arriving question from one of your seatmates over there, so hopefully it's a good one.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the Senator yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time and efforts on this. I know you've been chairman of appropriations for 5 years now? Six. With that being said, and how you were able to push this budget through, with the recent vacancy across the street, do you see any issues or predict any issues with the big budget moving forward?
That's a good question. So with the vacancy across the street, we may have to include funds for a temporary judge. We're able to pull those up usually from the Court of Appeals or from a Superior Court. And if we need to put those in, I'm sure the request will be forthcoming from our friends in the judiciary.
You have no more questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
And good job, you and your staff. I know y'all worked a lot of long hours, Senator, and I know you've got a good group over there working with you, and appreciate all the hard work that you do. That's hard to believe. You've been 6 years now, the Appropriations Chairman. That is hard to believe. I recognize the Senator from the 53rd to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I tell you what, I was talking to some other senators in the ante room before I came down here. I don't think there's ever been a surplus budget that I've voted for. But I did wear my purple tie today. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to tell you that of all the chairmen I've worked with in appropriations, you've certainly been the best. And to the staff that's here, you know, obviously, if you're going to get up here and you're going to object to the budget, like I continually object to the budget, you know, you better have some facts. You better be prepared. And in order to get prepared, we have to depend on our Senate Budget Office to do that. And I just want to thank you all, because my staff has worked with you, and, you know, they haven't always had the best experiences, either in the House or even here, probably in my first term. But this year, every member of my staff said, you know what, we had great rapport with the Senate Budget Office. So I want to say appreciate that. But this, Senators, is the biggest budget ever to lay on your desk. You know, I sit back in the back of the room, people come in, we've all heard the same, speech when we give people tours of the Capitol that these desks were way back in the day of Milledgeville. So of all those times, this is the biggest budget that's ever laid on those desks. Chairman of Appropriations says if you don't ask, you don't receive. And I've continually up here asking on these supplemental budgets for all of you new senators here, basically what we're voting on, this is the small budget, right? This is about 11% of the total big budget last year. This is surplus revenue. This is money that we brought in that we were not anticipating we would bring in. All right, now what are we doing with this money? Well, I think our governor, has done a lot of $250 tax credits back, and that certainly looks good in the headlines. But in reality, our constituents might as well sign the backs of those checks and just mail them back in, because get this, we're spending $1.3 billion a year to service our debts. We're only spending about $1 billion to give back on those $250 rebates. So if we would just pay off our debts, we wouldn't be spending $1.3 billion each year, and that's $250. It really would be even more that our constituents could keep into their pockets, and they wouldn't have to, worry about signing a back of a check and taking it down to the bank and hoping that the governor in the future does something. You see, also, if you look at the debt of our state, it's pretty ironic that the debt of our state is also equivalent to about how much money we've dished out in corporate welfare and corporate subsidies, the film tax credits, the EV credits, all those different tax credits that we dish out. Even though in our Constitution we have a gratuities clause that said we can't use taxpayer money to subsidize private industry, that's what we do. And the governor always says, we're the #1 state to do business in. But it's ironic because it's coming from a magazine that's based here in Georgia, and if you look at the magazine, it's basically saying we're the #1 state for corporate subsidies. You see, I come from Northwest Georgia. I vote no on this budget every time, and my constituents send me back here to give this speech over and over again. Why? Because we look at our neighbors up in Tennessee, and they don't pay any income tax. I stood up here at this well a couple days ago and I said I would like to rejoin the majority caucus. But until the majority caucus can get serious about repealing the income tax, I'm not so sure I want to be a member. Right now we're on a 50-year plan to repeal the income tax. I've said this before at this well. I'm the youngest senator in this room. I'll be 81 years old at our current rate before we repeal the income tax. I don't know if I'm going to make it that long. Senators, it's so funny. If you come to Northwest Georgia and you start pulling in some neighborhoods, you're going to see Tennessee tags lined up. They're taking advantage of our services, but they're frauding us all in this room because our taxes are too high. They don't pay the high ad valorem taxes on their vehicles, so they leave them in Tennessee, and then they don't want to pay our income tax. Maybe if we could just lower some of our taxes around here, we might even see an increase in revenue. I loved when the chairman said, "Ask and you shall receive" on that deal with paying off bonds. I loved when the distinguished rules chairman asked the question about bonds, because finally we're moving in the right direction in this budget in the sense that we're at least paying off something with $60 million. But we're still $10 billion in debt, so $60 million is a pretty small amount compared to that. $10 billion or so in debt by the time you service it, maybe a little bit more. But we can only borrow money on capital expenditure projects. What are those? That's areas like transportation. Senators, Highway 157 in my district, the white lines are falling off the edge. Literally, you don't see the white line anymore. You've got constituents out, or I've got constituents out there who are putting dirt on the side of the road to connect their driveways because the asphalt's falling off. Now, I appreciate the $700 million to transportation, but let's not forget we are very far behind when it comes to transportation infrastructure in this state. Because remember, inflation went up, the cost to pave roads went up 30 or 40%, but we never increased our budget in transportation 30 or 40%. That's the proper role of government, not corporate subsidies like the film industry. Good roads build good economies. It also provides safety, just like law enforcement. I keep coming up to this well, and I keep asking for a proper wage for law enforcement in this state. Because I still have a constituent, hasn't changed. A state trooper who was chasing a felon down in Ringgold, breaks his neck, is incapable of serving as a law enforcement officer anymore, has 2 kids. The best the Senate can offer him is $1,200 a month. I think it was a week or so ago that the senator from the 8th convinced me to vote for Hurricane Helene relief. I think it was a tune of tens of millions. But you know what? It would only take those tens of millions to get our state troopers' salaries back in order. The Democrats always talk about defunding the police, but essentially what we've done in this state is we have defunded the police compared to our other states. If I want to go be a state trooper, I'd prefer to go to Tennessee. I can make $30,000 more a year than I can make here in Georgia. And you Democrats who always talk about civil rights violations and law enforcement, let me be clear. You get what you pay for. If you're paying proper law enforcement, you get good law enforcement. If you're paying proper teachers, you get good teachers. You know, I kind of wonder, had I been in Tennessee and walked over into the House, would those troopers have read the Constitution? Would they have known how to object to an unlawful order? You see, it's critical that we fund law enforcement in this state, and we're not doing a very good job at it. Because we've gotten so distracted at calling ourselves the #1 state to do business in, and we just dish out these corporate subsidies. And it's just so ironic to me that the amount of debt we have at this state equates to about how much we've dished out and what I think are clear violations of the gratuitous clause of our Constitution. But if those weren't reasons enough to vote against the budget, I think the process of the budget is reason enough to vote against it. We've got a nearly 200-page bill laying on our desk this morning that I guarantee not all of us have read. But it's this big omnibus budget. And if you vote against it, they'll say, well, you don't support law enforcement or you don't support hurricane relief. So then I have to get up here each and every time and explain that the reason why I am voting against this budget, especially on this small budget, when we have this surplus revenue, is that we are not on track to being competitive to our neighbors around us. We're not on track to repealing the income tax in this state. We're truly not on track to be the #1 state to do business in. And as long as we keep saying that, we never will be. Mr. President, I'll yield for any questions.
You have a couple questions, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
Absolutely.
Senator, you had mentioned the white lines falling off the road. Doesn't the budget you continue to vote against go to fund painting those white lines?
Senator, there's nothing there to paint. That's my point. And maybe if the infrastructure existed and my constituents weren't having to pay the ridiculous income tax, I could vote for the budget. But there's no lines there to paint. That's my point.
Thank you.
Recognize Senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
Absolutely, Senator.
So, Senator, would it then be your position that you would support increased bond debt so that the taxpayers of today don't shoulder the burden for infrastructure projects of the future for those future residents that have yet to pay taxes in this state? So shouldn't we bond those projects for a longer period of time so that everyone has the opportunity to pay for that road that they'll use in the future instead of all of us shouldering it now? Would you support that policy?
Senator, I think that's what the Constitution allows. The Constitution says that we can borrow money on capital expenditures projects. And then there's a gratuities clause in there that said we're not supposed to spend taxpayer money on corporate welfare. Now, Senator, you and I are some of the youngest members of this legislature. And I think you and I both agree, and we both love our districts. We want to make sure that the future of our districts are beneficial to young folks, right? That we as Georgians have a future, and infrastructure is the way to do that. Absolutely. But what my point is, what I'm getting at, is if we didn't dish out all the corporate subsidies, we wouldn't have to borrow all the money for the transportation to begin with. Just like in this, we're spending $700 million. We didn't borrow that on transportation. When people pay their taxes, that's what they expect their taxes to go to, are things like transportation, teachers, and law enforcement, things that are the proper role of government.
You have no more questions, Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize the Senator from the 44th.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to go ahead and thank our very hardworking Appropriations Chairman, Senator from the 19th, as well as critically the excellent staff that works very, very hard on these huge documents and the way all of it comes together, all the dollars, all the cents in the Senate Budget Office. We are grateful to you, every single one of us, I know, and certainly I know that the Democratic caucus is. So thank you for your hard work. I just wanted to call attention to a couple of items. I believe that the figures I wrote down from the chairman's presentation were that we're spending $750 million in this amended on hurricane cleanup, and as well trying to cut $125 million due to the $750 million that we are outlaying. I noted with surprise and interest during Governor Kemp's State of the State, he said that there had been 11 hurricanes since he became governor. And we heard the chairman recite a lengthy list of the costly, destructive weather events that we have seen just in the last year. Hurricanes, tornadoes, torrential rain, multiple droughts, and very unusual South Georgia snow, 4 inches. The thing is, senators, these weather events are no longer just once every 10-year abnormalities or even once every 100-year storms. And the hundreds of millions that we are sending out the door in unplanned expenses means that we cannot make other investments in our working families and in our infrastructure. Acts of nature, of course, have since the beginning of time and will always continue to come along that will require a response. And I firmly stand behind supporting our neighbors in need and spending that money as they try to get back on their feet, get their businesses, doors back open, get roofs back on their houses, and plant the crops and timber and tend to all the agriculture among many other industries that were destroyed by the vengeance of Hurricane Helene. But I also want to say that Georgia needs to do a better job in being intentional about being prepared for these now no longer unusual weather events, investing money in that infrastructure up front so that we can be more resilient, so that the damage is less, and so that we can get people and businesses back up on their feet faster. I have not heard much talk about that at all in my years in the General Assembly. And I asked some questions of the Department of Agriculture, GMA and Georgia Power about what investments we're making to make our grids and our businesses more resilient so that the damage from these horrific storms that are becoming more and more common is not quite so severe and doesn't cost us as much on the back end over and over. We're doing a few things. I'd like to say that I think we need to much more attention to that, preparedness and resiliency. I was pleased this morning that as I was thinking about these thoughts, that my good friend, the senator from the 8th, brought me a bill where he is actually planning to raise this exact issue about an Office of Resiliency or the like. And I am very pleased to support that and glad to see that people are within our midst are taking note of, okay, look, we've really got to do something here. And the reality is that these are, of course, driven by a warming climate. So we can't totally ignore that either, or deny it, worse. A couple other things. Were we in the majority, Democrats would have some other priorities that we would reflect that would be present in our budget. I think we would invest more in Georgia's people and its infrastructure, which, by the way, is the spending in education, transportation, that sets the stage for the success of the private sector that allows them to grow. And actually, the senator from the 53rd and I appear to agree on a couple things related to infrastructure spending and how investing more in infrastructure and citizens would actually probably enable us to spend less in corporate welfare on the back end, because we would have more reason that people would want to pick us rather than having to entice them with big corporate handouts. Because they are looking at our school systems. They are looking at our roads. They are looking at whether our workforce can meet the needs of their business and whether our graduates actually have the skill sets that they need to be employees of these businesses. We also welcome spending to make schools safer, but we recognize that if we are not going to take any action on, to use one actual example from this year, trying to keep assault rifles and other guns away from 14-year-olds and teenagers, it will be incredibly difficult to make progress on making the schools safer, no matter how much money we spend, because the truth is that the people that shoot in schools are members of the school community themselves. We want to see more spent in childcare. Lack of quality childcare, or when it exists that way too many families can't afford, costs our state tons of money in lack of productivity. The last study I saw said $8 billion from the Metro Atlanta Chamber. Early childhood education. Let's not forget that childcare is early childhood education. And 90% of a child's brain is formed by age 5. So we would reflect priorities on those youngest citizens. Democrats would lower taxes on working families and make sure that the money goes to those who are working hard to get ahead and not those who are already wealthy, unlike the way our current tax cuts unfold in reality. And yes, we would raise the salaries for state workers, some of whom are paid so low that they qualify for welfare. And I don't know, Senator from the 53rd, apparently you're listening to people outside this chamber, because never have Democrats said anything but we want to raise the salaries of our state troopers and law enforcement. And we believe that firmly. And you have not heard any phrase, defund the police, come out of any member of this caucus. The tax rebate refund, the $1 billion. Senator from the 53rd, I'm going to give you props again. I agree with you there. That may be smart politics, but it's certainly nothing but a gimmick. I had the occasion to talk to a lot of business leaders about that particular tax rebate, that, again, the gimmick that's been used the last few years, because who doesn't like getting $250? They all agreed to a person that they would rather see that money go into transportation. And they did not want their check. Well, count me among those people as well. We would finally take a hard look at updating our 40-year-old QBE formula. It's a travesty that it is that old. Does not take account of many of the realities of schooling children today, including technology, and there is a reason that we are one of only 6 states who do not do a weight for kids from low-income backgrounds. Medicaid. Democrats would expand Medicaid instead of doubling down on a program where, sadly, the vast majority of the money has gone to consultants instead of getting people health care. We've got a bill right now, Senator from the 35th, SB 192, that we would love the majority party to schedule a hearing on. That is a bill that would provide for state-level enhanced premium tax credits. What's going on right now is that the Biden administration's tax credits, the enhanced premium tax credits that they put into place, is what is keeping our system afloat and keeping access afloat right now. And they are primed in Washington to eliminate those, which is a problem for the talking points about how we've insured all these people, because frankly, that money came from DC, not from the state, and definitely not from Pathways. Y'all, 60% of the people in Access pay nothing for their plan, nothing. So if all the enhanced premiums go away, all those people go away. And here's the problem. Here's the problem. Most of those people are young. They are young and they work, but they work for employers where they are not given benefits and they are not given health care. So if the enhanced premiums go away, those folks no longer will come into Access, leaving the members in Access older and sicker, driving premiums up, and continuing the cycle of increasingly unaffordable premiums and people opting out of insurance that the Affordable Care Act sought to interrupt with some success, but without the key stick of saying you were required to buy insurance that would have made our system much more sustainable over the long haul. We are falling right back where it was because, I hate to, right-wing interests filed lawsuits against it. So here we are. The vicious cycle where people cannot afford health care at all without government subsidies and are going to opt out of the system, that will continue to get worse and worse. So we should take charge of our own healthcare system, and here, SB 192 from the senator from the 35th, which deals with state-level enhanced premium tax credits before our entire system falls apart due to the Washington buzzsaw. Colleagues, thank you for listening and hearing what some of our Democratic priorities would be. Were we in the majority? I am happy to answer any questions, and if there are none, I will yield the well.
Question, Senator.
Thank you. I yield the well.
Senator from the 55th.
Distinguished colleagues, I rise for a very simple proposition. I left this august body 14 years ago, and I can hardly believe it. But 14 years ago, we were dealing with a budget over in the House of Representatives, where I sat representing the east part of metropolitan Atlanta, a budget that was around $17 billion, $18 billion in 2011. Our budget is now $40 billion. And I just want to put that in perspective because it's where we're putting our money. And I find it odd that I am agreeing with the senator from the 53rd when he said corporate welfare. We really do have the best place to do business. And is it really a requirement that we not address Georgia fighting for last place in literacy in Georgia with Mississippi? I venture to say that our priorities, if we're going to spend all this money, going from about 16 to 18 billion to $40 billion, and then give our people back $1 billion in the form of $250, it's politics, and it's good politics, and I thank the governor for some of the things he's done, but I think we need to put this in perspective. I say that because my time is valuable, like just most of your time is valuable. I live about 22 miles away from here, according to in Stone Mountain. But it is ridiculous for me to spend an hour in traffic every day to come to this place. And I want to say that this budget does not address transit. We are wasting money in Georgia when we spend hours and hours. You can't even go across town at certain parts of the day. You cannot. And we need to at least address transit. That's my primary concern. And I really appreciate the chairman of appropriations. He is a very astute man, and the way he has expounded on this budget, and he's presented it well. But I am very concerned, particularly being in the minority party, Mr. Presiding Officer, that I have a 200-page document put on my desk today, and we spent about 2 days, if that, on a budget. When I was in the House, I think it was 2 weeks, and I want to bring that to your attention. If you're having a meeting in private to go over this budget, that's great. That's fine, that's your prerogative. But I think democracy works best in the light. And I think that we need to have democracy again in America before we become some other country that we did not mean to become. Power is a wonderful thing, but to be intoxicated with power and do whatever you will is a very dangerous proposition. And I would simply argue that we expand the time that we look at this budget. And it's okay to spend at least a week on the budget, not 1 day or 2 days. We had a winter this year, and even the time we wanted to spend, we couldn't spend on it. So I would simply suggest that our priorities are put in perspective, to go to more than double our budget, more than double our budget, more than double our budget, more than double our budget. And where is the money going? And I'm deeply concerned because people of the African hue who look like me have less than 1% of some of this money. $40 billion. I want you to examine that. It's something wrong with that. I don't have a problem with corporate welfare to the extent that it's fairly done. But I have a problem with corporate welfare when our children cannot read, when Medicaid expansion, when people don't have simple health care, when people go bankrupt in Georgia because they cannot afford to go to the doctor. People are bankrupt because they have to decide whether to afford their drug prescriptions, rather because they don't have health care. And we have a budget of $40 billion. Guys, I think our priorities, we need to re-examine it. And I stand here because It needs to be said. And I think that we can do better. And I would simply ask that our infrastructure be taken into consideration. The distinguished senator from the 19th and the gentleman that presides over this august body, as well as the governor of this state, because infrastructure development is an economic engine. It can produce more tax revenue so that we can spend $40 billion while at the same time serving the interests of so many who cannot have a voice at the table. There are people, as I remind you, and I sound like a gentleman that I'm on a prayer call every Saturday morning, and he says, remember the caregivers and the homeless. And now I have to drive past these homeless people every day. And I would say it again, there's a reason they're down there under that bridge. There is a reason where there will be more people dropping out of college because a gentleman tries to do an executive order to stop agricultural land grant scholarships to force people to drop out of school when a statute has already appropriated that money, but you're now trying to say because it is under the auspices of a DEI, because it's headed towards some people of color, that you want to cut it out. I think it's not right, and I think it should not go unchallenged, and I think that this august body can do better. We can do better because we are better. Our character is being judged. How we treat the least, the lost, and the left out. It's okay to give our partners, if our leader of this country, of the free nation, wants to give his billionaire people tax breaks and corporate welfare, that's great. But down here in Georgia, we have really hard-working people who are just trying to make it day by day. And just because we can, we should not ignore the interests of health care, education, economic development. And I've not heard one thing about social justice, but social justice helps everyone here. It's a social justice issue when someone can have a job and come back home and feed their families. But if we redirect those monies, there are people that will not be in school, who will not be qualified for the right jobs that this decade is demanding. And they then drop out of the economy. So I would ask this august body to, transit is, as I go to my seat, an economic engine. I remember in 2008, Ray LaHood came down here and offered billions of dollars. And it was not politic to take those billions because of who the president was at the time. I could not believe my eyes. I really could not believe it. They were going to have high-speed transit going from Tennessee through Georgia to Florida. And we turned the money down. And now we are not even talking about transit. This is the 21st century. Let's look at it, guys. I now yield the well. And I just simply say, please consider transit when we look at this budget the next time. I appreciate the building of the roads, and I really want you to go to North Georgia. I will advocate for the 53rd. I find myself in an interesting position. He's saying there is no road to even paint. So, Georgia, let's look at our infrastructure. If it is crumbling, let's address it. I thank you, and I yield the well.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Boy, the senator from the 53rd is building coalitions from everybody. Senator from the 36th, the 55th. Tell you what. All right. The senator from the 1st said he will be the last one, and he's going to be really quick. So come on, Senator from the 1st.
I did say I was going to be quick. I just wanted to bring us up to date on Medicaid 101. Maybe I need a 102 discussion now. But Medicaid from the Georgia Access has been a wonderful, a huge success. We have over 730,000 people enrolled. No one ever predicted that we would have that many. It has placed people on private insurance, which pays way over 100% of cost, versus Medicaid. If you wanted to put it on them and expand Medicaid, it would be paying about 65% of cost. So I think it's crazy talk to be discussing that when it comes to that. And maybe I shouldn't say that. I apologize for maybe getting a little emotional there, but it just doesn't go with the facts. And the facts are, it is fabulously successful. I'll just end it at that, and I'll yield the well. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator. Appreciate that. Senator from the 19th, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members of the Senate. There are two things I want to point out through all the comments and debate. One stuck out to me. Maybe it's sensitive because of where I'm from right now. But it must be nice where $250 doesn't affect your family income for a week. I don't live in an area where that's the case. I think $250 matters a heck of a lot to the 200,000 people I have the privilege of representing. Much more if they're married, $500 definitely matters a lot more. That's almost a week's salary where I'm from. I'm glad some of us are in a position where that wouldn't matter to their family. That definitely matters to the folks I represent. The senator from the 1st spoke about Georgia Access. I think it's important to talk about that too. It has been incredibly successful. The governor has gotten this right. His numbers, though, were a little bit wrong. They're actually better than that. We have 1.5 million Georgians right now on Georgia Access. That is private insurance that we have used subsidies to help make affordable for Georgians. They're on private insurance. 900,000 of them have an income below the 138% poverty line. If we were to expand Medicaid today, we take 900,000 people who are currently on private insurance and we push them onto government insurance, the same government insurance that we are adding hundreds of millions of dollars in this budget to cover. That is not fiscally responsible. It is not financially prudent. It is not the way that we have chosen to go as Georgia. The governor got this right. I support it. It's the reason why we have the extra funds to roll into things like corrections, human resources, storm damage, freight and logistics, other infrastructure needs. It's because the governor got this one right. Mr. President, thank you for letting me again present House Bill 67. I'd ask that our Senate body please vote in favor of the House Bill 67. House Bill 67, sorry, as amended by the Senate Appropriations Committee. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Once again, I appreciate all that hard work, and the senator has now closed debate. So, is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 19th, what purpose do you rise? Okay. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55, the nays are 1. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed by substitute. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, just 5-minute break, and then we're going to power through these two. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator. You want to? Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate immediately transmit House Bill 67 to the House.
Is there objection? Without objection, motion granted. All right, let's just take a 5-minute break, come right back, and then we'll have just 2 bills left. We'll power through those 2 bills and be done for the day. So just a 5-minute break. Stand at ease. All right, the Senate will come back to order. Secretary reads Senate Bill 79.
Senate Bill 79 by Senator Goodman of the 8th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to crimes and offenses so as to revise threshold amounts of fentanyl and related substances necessary to constitute the offenses of possessing, selling, distributing, and manufacturing of such substances, to revise mandatory minimum departure provisions for defendants convicted of trafficking of substances in violation of Code Section 16-13-31 related to trafficking in cocaine, illegal drugs, marijuana, or methamphetamine, and penalties, to amend various titles of the OCGA so as to provide for conforming changes, to provide for an effective date, to provide for applicability, to provide for related matters, to provide for a short title, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I bring to you today Senate Bill 79, the Fentanyl Eradication and Removal Act, the FEAR Act. I bring this bill on behalf of our Lieutenant Governor, and I also want to thank him and his office so much for bringing this bill forward. I want to thank the Judiciary Chairman as well, and every member of the Judiciary Committee for voting this bill out unanimously. This bill contains efforts begun with the passage of Austin's Law in 2024 to address fentanyl deaths in Georgia. You all may remember Austin. Austin was my constituent, and he bought Xanax that was laced with fentanyl. And many of you may remember Mr. Gus and Miss Beth. Would y'all stand up? Y'all, I just want to thank y'all for all of your work on Austin's Law and on this bill. If y'all will, give them a hand. I mean, they are the best salt of the earth, the best representatives of what South Georgia has to offer. I want to thank our Lieutenant Governor and his office for loving on the Walters. You know, I think it's fair to say at this point that the Walters family have become family to everyone in the Lieutenant Governor's office. And I think the way that, Mr. Lieutenant Governor, the way that your office and you personally have loved on that family, I think says a lot about you and about the people that you have working on your team. I still remember the day that we passed Austin's Law. Your legislative director and general counsel, with tears rolling down his cheeks, hugged the Walters, and you know, that really shows that somebody, how much they care and how much they're invested in the lives of their fellow Georgians. And the Walters are really, to know them is to love them. And I want to thank you for that. But I also want to thank every member of this body as well, from both parties that have loved on the Walters family. You've really showed your humanity, and I'm grateful for that. Senate Bill 79 also complements the General Assembly's ongoing efforts to combat and treat opioid abuse in Georgia, including through efforts to make naloxone widely available in schools and other public buildings. Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid typically used to treat patients with chronic severe pain or severe pain following surgery. Fentanyl is a Schedule II controlled substance that is similar to morphine, but it's about 100 times more potent. Under the supervision of a licensed medical professional, fentanyl has a legitimate medical use. Patients prescribed fentanyl should be monitored for potential misuse or abuse. But some facts about fentanyl: 2 milligrams of fentanyl can be lethal, depending on a person's body size, tolerance, and past usage. DEA analysis has found counterfeit pills ranging from 0.02 to 5.1 milligrams, more than twice the lethal dose of a fentanyl per tablet. 42% of all pills tested for fentanyl contained at least 2 milligrams of fentanyl, considered a potentially lethal dose. Drug trafficking organizations typically distribute fentanyl by the kilogram. 1 kilogram of fentanyl has the potential to kill 500,000 people. According to the CDC, synthetic opioids like fentanyl are the primary driver of overdose deaths in the United States. In 2021, overdose deaths involving opioids rose 38.1%, and overdose deaths involving synthetic opioids, primarily illicitly manufactured fentanyl, rose 55.6%, and appeared to have been the primary driver of the increase in total drug overdose deaths. Fentanyl, if other illegal drugs are a BB gun, fentanyl is a nuclear bomb. I say that to say, if you look at the numbers, the people that were killed combined at the bombing of Nagasaki and Hiroshima roughly equals the amount of Americans that die every year from fentanyl. This was provided to me by Mr. Gus. This is 4 grams of fentanyl. 4 grams. I want y'all to look at this. 4 grams. This will kill 2,000 people. 2,000 people. This packet right here, this is cellulose, but if this was fentanyl, it would kill every senator in this chamber 35 times over. Think about that. I have 4 packets here. That would kill 8,000 people. This is 1 gram of Splenda. 1 gram. 1 gram of fentanyl will kill 500 people. 500 people. We have 537 cities in the state of Georgia, and only 6 of the cities in the state of Georgia have a greater population than the amount of Americans that die every year from fentanyl. Part 1 of this bill removes fentanyl from the current statutes relating to possessing, selling, distributing, manufacturing, and trafficking opioids, and creates a separate schedule of offenses specific to fentanyl. Again, specific to fentanyl, because fentanyl is unlike any other drug that our nation has ever seen. Specifically for the purchase, possession, manufacture, distribution, and sale of fentanyl, the bill would change the penalties as follows. Under current law, if the aggregate weight, including any mixture, is less than 1 gram of a solid substance, less than 1 milliliter of a liquid substance, or if the substance is placed onto a secondary medium with a combined weight of less than 1 gram, by imprisonment for not less than 1 nor more than 3 years. Current law for possession starts at 1 gram. Senate Bill 79 lowers that to 250 milligrams. Now keep in mind, 250 milligrams will kill 120 people. The next tier, under past law, has been 1 gram to 4 grams, was 1 to 8 years. Senate Bill 79 changes it from 250 milligrams to 4 grams, and the term is 1 to 10 years. Currently, like other opioids, a person must possess at least 4 grams of fentanyl to commit the offense of trafficking. This bill maintains that threshold, but establishes significantly higher mandatory minimum sentences and fines for trafficking in higher amounts. This bill does not add in mandatory minimums. Mandatory minimums are already in place in law for trafficking. If the quantity of the substance is more than 4 grams, but less than 8 grams, the person receives a mandatory minimum sentence of 10 years in prison and a fine of $75,000. If the quantity of the substance is at least 8 grams, but less than 14 grams, the person receives a mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years in prison and a fine of $150,000. If the quantity of the substance is 14 grams or more, but less than 28 grams, the person receives a mandatory minimum sentence of 25 years and a fine of $250,000. And lastly, if the quantity of the substance is 28 grams or more, the person receives a mandatory minimum sentence of 35 years and a fine of $750,000.
Part 2 of the bill updates a number of cross-references throughout the official code of Georgia to the code sections created or amended by this bill and provides conforming changes with respect to offense terminology. Part 3 establishes that July the 1st, 2025 is the effective date of the bill and provides that it will apply to criminal offenses committed on or after that date. I want to show you a picture. This is a picture of a penny. That's the amount of fentanyl that it would take to kill one person. That $5,000 scale that my local pharmacist has, this is not enough to even measure on his scale. Think about that. My work with Austin's Law, I've had so many people across, mothers and fathers across our state. I had somebody in the chamber today tell me that their nephew died from fentanyl overdose 5 years ago. Just last night, I had a call that a doctor in South Georgia, the mother, she walked in the bedroom yesterday morning and found her 18-year-old son dead in the bed from fentanyl. It is an epidemic. It is an epidemic that's ravaging across this country. And I've said it before, and I will say it again. It knows no socioeconomic status. It knows no race. It knows no religious affiliation. Any of the ways that as society we separate ourselves, fentanyl affects them all. Anytime I get in front of kids now, I'm that dad. I'm that dad that's the Debbie Downer that gets and tells them, listen, whatever you do, do not take anything that everybody gives you. From my work with this bill and the heartache that I've seen from so many of our friends across the state who have lost their loved ones, especially their children. We named this bill the FEAR Act. Fentanyl has shot fear into the hearts of parents all over this country. By strengthening the penalties of those that are spreading this poison in our streets, it is my hope that we can turn the tables and inject a little more fear in the people that are taking the lives of our young ones, our loved ones, our children. I think this bill's fighting back against the fentanyl epidemic. I appreciate the Lieutenant Governor for allowing me to carry it on his behalf. And I urge your favorable consideration. With that, Mr. President, I'd be glad to take any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge your favorable consideration of this bill, and thank you for your attendance.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate all your hard work on this. Recognize the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the difficult task of urging you to vote no on this bill in its current form. And I want to give you just a couple minutes of explanation why, because I don't want to vote no with no explanation. For context, I voted for the final product of Austin's Law last year. The reason is because the bill went to the House, it got changed a little bit, and it came back in some very important ways. Remember, last term, Austin's Law was an involuntary manslaughter charge, an aggravated charge, that had to do with fentanyl specifically. Now, the final product of the bill did not have an intent or knowledge element. What I mean by that is you can still be guilty of the aggravated involuntary manslaughter even if you don't know that there's fentanyl involved in the substance. But what we did do in the House, and for final passage here, is we limited the aggravated involuntary manslaughter charge to cases where somebody is either selling or manufacturing. And that's an important distinction, the production side of this versus just the possession side of having drugs. The reason it's important to target the production side is because if you target the possession side, which this bill does, then you are recreating the mistakes of the last few decades of American war on drugs policy. And I want to say, with respect to the LG's office, my good friend from the 8th, and the Walters family, who I know has to go through a lot even just to be here, and I want to show the utmost respect for their loss and their pain, and the loss and the pain of so many families who have gone through this. We have to be able to draw a line that reflects sensible public policy. So what the war on drugs did, starting under Nixon and continuing under Reagan, is it criminalized mere possession of drugs, mandatory minimums, hundreds of billions of dollars dedicated to failed initiatives that locked people up for nonviolent offenses for long periods of time. Every policy expert on this area agrees that the war on drugs, the way that it worked, was a failure to criminalize possession alone. When you criminalize possession, you are criminalizing addiction. Because people who have addiction, which is a mental health problem, it is a disease, they will be in possession of drugs. Whether they're selling them or giving them to anybody else, they have to have them in order to use them. So when you criminalize just possession, you are sweeping into the ambit of your regulation, the criminalization of it, people who have a chemical mental health problem, a disease. When those people go to prison, they deal with their addiction problem in prison, which is often untreated, in addition to all the problems that a place like Georgia Department of Corrections currently has, as we know from the Department of Justice, and from the hundreds of millions of dollars in supplemental spending we just voted on today to address basic prison conditions that need to be better. Prison is not an answer to addiction. It is not an answer to mental health crisis. And when we tried it for decades, it just didn't work. In fact, it made the problem worse. Let me tell you a personal story really quickly. I got involved during my time in the legislature with the family of a young man who was sent to prison because he and a young woman who unfortunately died shared drugs. They did not sell them to each other. They were just people who both had a problem. They both took drugs, and one of them very tragically died. The young man went to prison, and I was in communication with his family, where he was wasting away. He was disassociating. He wasn't recognizable as the same person. Family was going to meet with him. It was hard enough to get time with him. And they were so terribly sorry about what happened to the young woman. Of course they were. I mean, can you even imagine being a parent on either side of this equation, to lose somebody or to know that your child participated in a situation where somebody was lost? Tragic. But they almost lost their son, and if it weren't for some action by the parole board, he might have died in prison. Now, the difficult thing about this, both politically and personally, emotionally, is the victim was objecting. Victims' rights in Georgia, you have the right to object to somebody's early release, and the family of the young woman consistently objected to his early release. And we can all understand why, for the same reasons we're having this conversation. Because when you suffer a loss so senseless and tragic, you want there to be an explanation. You want somebody to be held accountable. And if there's nobody within reach, if you can't reach the Mexican cartels, if you can't reach the people who sold those drugs, then of course some of that sentiment gets placed on the person who shared the drugs, who possessed them jointly with the person who died. That guy's life, the young man who got released from prison, his life was probably saved by a little bit of grace, notwithstanding that he fell on the wrong side of all of our drug laws. I want to go to the bill really quickly. SB 79 on page 2, starting line 22, you have the simple possession offense. And the enhanced penalties don't distinguish like we did last year with selling and manufacturing. It just says if you violate subsection C, if you possess the substance, you're guilty of a felony, and these are the penalties, including mandatory minimums. Now, I want to be very clear. The Senator from the 8th is exactly right about pure fentanyl and the effects that pure fentanyl has. Pure fentanyl, unadulterated, is a nuclear bomb. Everything he said about its ability to kill, the picture of the penny, the fact that it's not readable by the scale, all true. But everything the Senator from the 8th said would be applicable only if the bill only criminalized weights according to pure fentanyl. That's not what the bill does. The bill as currently written says any mixture that contains any fentanyl. So you could have a baggie with 4 grams. There's about a teaspoon, by the way. Or, I had to Google this. I didn't know this personally. But, an 8-ball, it's like 3.5 grams. It's like a teaspoon. That's a normal amount of cocaine that somebody might buy. That mixture could be 99.99999% ordinary cocaine and just that tiny amount of fentanyl, but you'd be charged on the weight of the mixture. You would not be charged on the weight of the fentanyl. I want to be very clear. So the 4-gram cutoff, by the way, puts us into trafficking. So now you look at the next part of the bill, page 3, line 58. Did you know that if you have over 4 grams in Georgia, simple possession, this is not trying to sell it, not trying to distribute it, you just possess it. 4 grams. That's a trafficking offense in Georgia with enhanced penalties, 4 and up. So again, if you have 4 or up of one of these substances, regular cocaine, but it's got that tiny microscopic amount of fentanyl, if it tests positive, you are now liable under the trafficking provisions of this bill. And again, I can't stress enough, simple possession of that amount is what triggers the enhanced penalties under this bill. So colleagues, just like I said last term, it is the last thing I want to do on a Wednesday is come up here and speak against a bill that has a name attached to it, a person who is cherished by the family in the room, who stands on behalf of all families and lost loved ones who are affected by this crisis. But as we learn the painful lessons from the trillions of dollars, really, in the war on drugs, we need to treat addiction. We need mental health resources. We need to meet people where they are. And I'm not trying to be offensive when I say this, but the very people that this bill is designed to protect could be charged under this bill. A person who dies because of a drug that has fentanyl in it, let's assume they were arrested before they actually took the drug and died, they could be held liable under this bill for possession, and then maybe their life would be spared for the moment, but they would go to the Georgia Department of Corrections, where their addiction problems would continue, where they would deal with other crises, and the pendulum would be swinging back towards the failed policies of the 70s and 80s and beyond. Colleagues, I know that for you to vote a certain way on a bill requires, number one, that you agree with what I'm saying, but also number two, that it be a politically tenable position, that you're not afraid to defend publicly. I get that. But I am unafraid, at least today, to stand here and tell you that criminalizing simple possession, criminalizing addiction is not good public policy. The House saved us from a worse version of this bill last year, and I supported the final version. It is my sincere prayer that the House can do something to this bill to send it back to where we are not recreating the mistakes of the last 50 to 60 years. I love and respect you, Senator from the 8th, and I'm grateful for your attention to this issue, grateful for your work. I'll yield for any questions.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. Senator from the 37th.
Does Jim yield?
I do.
You make a pretty persuasive point with respect to maybe some unintended consequences. Do you have specific language to fix what you're talking about that can tie to the quantity of fentanyl that you're referring to? Do you have a fix? Do you have a recommended amendment, a friendly amendment to offer to the Senator from the 8th or not?
Wasn't prepared to do an amendment today, and I think this discussion would be much better had in a more efficient, comprehensive way in the House at this point. What I would say is, obviously, current law, as the Senator from the 8th pointed out, contemplates both mandatory minimums and criminalization of simple possession. Clearly, I would like the law to move in a direction that doesn't criminalize simple possession at all. I think it's pretty harsh that we elevate to a trafficking penalty, just based on simple possession with no intent to distribute, that sort of thing. As far as an amendment to make this better today, let's do something like what we did for the aggravated involuntary manslaughter charge last year. Let's limit these aggravated penalties to production, manufacturing, selling, or even intent to distribute. Because, by the way, the aggravated involuntary manslaughter charge, we originally had a sharing element in it, which you can imagine people who are addicted sharing drugs. I might even be open, and again, not that anybody cares what my vote's going to be, but I might be open personally to an intent to distribute element sort of cleaning this up. But I think at the very least what we don't want to do is allow this type of enhanced penalty for people who simply possess with nothing more than that.
Does the Senator further yield?
I do.
So if a senator were of the same mind as the Senator from the 8th that wants to criminalize possession in the way he has, but wants to get the quantity correct, such that trace amounts, that's a trace amount within a larger substance is not unintended, kind of get you there. It sounds like you don't have a proposed amendment that could fix that, and you're suggesting that it's a House fix. If that's a technical fix that the senator might be friendly to.
That may be right. One thing that I got to acknowledge for the Senator from the 8th is because such tiny trace amounts can be deadly and because they're hard to measure, it's actually quite difficult to use a weight-based measurement of the pure fentanyl itself to try to limit it, right? So if it were a little less potent, then maybe you could use a weight, think if the substance has this much of the pure fentanyl, et cetera. But my thought would be one way that we just avoid that is you just, the simple possession by itself. I mean, again, intent to distribute, not too hard to establish if you've got certain quantities, I think. But you put people in a position where, again, and I don't mean to bear too hard on this point, but a person who this bill is designed to protect is potential criminal defendant under this bill. I mean, if you just have something, whether you know it or not, if somebody buys street drugs and they don't know that there's trace amounts of fentanyl in it, you know, which way is it going to go? It could be just the vicissitudes of fate. You either die because you take the drug, or you get criminally charged because you're found to be in possession of it. But I think it just creates a really tough continuation of the war on drugs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Recognize the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you for, Senator, you yield?
I do.
Yeah, I want to begin, isn't it true that I'm grateful to the senator for the 8th for all of his work on this work to try to make Georgians safer?
We all are, and we share the same goal of eliminating fentanyl completely from the communities that we live in.
Yeah. Do you further yield?
I do.
Isn't it also true that many families who have been impacted by fentanyl and overdose situations have sometimes opined and said, you know, I would rather my loved one be in prison and alive than have OD'd and died. And so there's this kind of sense that prison is a safer or better place for a loved one who's dealing with this type of addiction. However, isn't it true that just in January alone, 2 people incarcerated in Department of Corrections died of overdoses in the prison itself?
That is correct. It's an ongoing crisis that has been going on for years that we've tried to, call attention to. But let's just also say, I mean, we're the legislative body for the state of Georgia, and I hope that we don't feel like we're limited to those 2 options, that somebody either dies or they're in prison with an addiction problem. I mean, the whole point of the conversation I'm trying to have today from the well is, can we not imagine a different way of approaching this problem that has to do with treatment and health care and resolving the core issues involved, as opposed to searching for at best very imperfect tool to try to respond to this problem.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, Mr. President.
You have no further questions.
I'll yield the well. Thank you.
Senator's yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none, senator from the 8th can close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to clear one thing up, that there are currently no mandatory minimums with possession. This bill does not create mandatory minimums with possession. There are mandatory minimums under current law with trafficking. This bill does maintain that for the 4 grams. But it's interesting you're talking about fentanyl and say, if it's a mixture of it. This is 4 grams. If it was 98% some other substance, it'd still kill 4 people. We have to have our laws address just how deadly fentanyl is. Perhaps if we address it and we strengthen our penalties and we make the punishment be reflective of just how fatal this stuff is, perhaps these people that are selling illegal drugs across our communities will find something else to sell besides fentanyl. Because let's be honest with ourselves, 4 grams of cocaine is not going to kill 2,000 people. Even when you go back to the possession, we've got the 250 milligrams of possession. 250 milligrams will kill 120 people. Say it's 99% some other inert ingredient. That would still kill somebody. Literally, you can't even hardly see it. So I would just say, I would urge your favorable consideration. I do want for everyone to understand that there are no mandatory minimums for the simple charge of possession. It can be a suspended sentence. You could get a year probation. There are no mandatory minimums. In the trafficking portion of it, the mandatory minimums that are already in law, we're maintaining that, and we're also not changing the amount. But we are changing the penalty. It is going to be a stiffer penalty, and we are trying to make the penalties be reflective of what's going on in our communities. and how fentanyl is so much more deadlier than any drug this nation or this world has ever seen. And with that, Mr. President, I'll yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Without objection, previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Recognize Senator from the 31st. For what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator for the 30th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, Senator from the 30th is excused. Recognize Senator from the 41st. For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 22nd.
Without objection, the senator from 22nd is excused. All right, last bill of the day, Senate Bill 123. 123. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 123 by Senator Kennedy of the 18th and others, the bill to be entitled an act to amend Subpart 2 of Part 1 of Article 16 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 relative to compulsory attendance so as to update and revise provisions of the state's compulsory school attendance laws to provide that no student shall be expelled by a public school solely to absenteeism, to provide for reporting requirements, to amend Code Section 20-4-141 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to establishment of pilot program, awarding of high school diploma to successful participants, skills and knowledge, eligibility for participation and regulation so as to make conforming changes, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 4th, for what purpose? Oh, we want to speak to the bill. Recognize Senator from the 18th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thanks for hanging with us. Last bill of the day. You know, we often come up here and say, here's a bill for the little children, and let's help the children of our state. But this really is one of those bills that does just that. It's a feel-good bill in the sense of we're really looking at trying to fix a problem that children have of not attending schools. So last summer I was traveling like you guys often do, and was traveling to a seminar, was out of state, picked up a newspaper, and there was an article about the absenteeism problem in that state. So read the newspaper on the plane ride back, came back and asked my staff, and I said, what's the status of absenteeism here in Georgia? And to come to find out, the numbers were shocking, and they are shocking. Absenteeism is defined as basically missing children that are chronically absent, that are missing 10% or more of the school days of a school year, which basically equates to about 18 days. Well, you may wonder, well, how many children are affected by this? How many children are chronically absent? And the number is shocking. 360,000 school kids in our public school systems last year were chronically absent. So the number is substantial. So we started looking at this. I want to thank my policy advisor, Kaylee Bell, who started digging into this issue. She went to seminars. She talked to various constituent groups to figure out what could be the possible approach to this, understanding that it's probably something not very simply or just easily fixed. But I bring to you Senate Bill 123, and it's the product of a lot of her work and others that had input into this. The numbers of the chronically absent students now, well, let me tell you what they were before COVID, hovered around 9.5%. As you would have expected, they spiked during COVID at about 25 or 26%. They have come down, but they're still 21.3% last year. 21.3% of our children were chronically absent for the school year last year. So the question is, what do we do about it? Well, we need to do several things, and that's what the bill outlines, and I want to walk those through with you in just a minute. But before I do, I want to tell you that whether it's fully funding our public school systems or increasing teacher pay or leveraging state resources to help improve our Georgia literacy rates, which I commend our senator from the 4th, I quite frankly took inspiration from our dear friend, the senator from the 4th, that recognized a problem early on that was not something that was being talked about. And because of his good efforts and the fact that there's a focus on literacy issues and the challenges of our state, we now have identified a problem and have a solution in play. I hope that we will do the same thing with absenteeism and thinking about how do we fix it. So, I will tell you that you're going to hear something about you may know about or may not called a school climate committee. I didn't know we had such a thing. That goes back to the statutes that were passed by this legislature in 2005. We're updating the school climate committee approach to include now the problem of absenteeism. And we are also creating something called an attendance review team. Let me walk you quickly through the sections of the bill, not each one. A couple of things involving, you'll see a changing in the wording from mandatory attendance to compulsory attendance. That just modernizes the use of the word. You'll find that we are including in the definition of parent or guardian, not just those two terms, but we're updating it to include parent, legal guardian, custodian, or any other individual who holds legal authority to act on behalf of the child. You'll see that we have stricken a provision that says, under the law right now, where students can actually be expelled for not attending. Now, that's a little bit counterintuitive, isn't it? Of course it is. So we've stricken that provision so that children cannot be expelled from school just based on absences. We have retained provisions that identify when appropriately recognized excuses, when the child either has medical issues, family issues, whatever is within the statute, then those are not counted against them as well. In our conversations and work on this over the summertime, we solicited feedback from the Department of Education, from individual and other school administrators, from Superior Court judges, and others about the school climate committees. Under current law, each county is supposed to have a school climate committee, but these committees are assembled by the chief judge of each county. That's currently in the model that we have. And the purpose of the climate committee is to bring officials together from various lenses of the community to deal with this issue. But what we're adding to their traditional duties is chronic absenteeism. You should have on your desk a handout that looks like this. And you'll see under school climate committees, which was formed in 2005, we're really there to focus on morale and safety. We're adding chronic absenteeism to the work of the school climate committee. It's important to note that the membership of the school climate committee remains unchanged, and the reporting requirements are there. We're simply adding the attendance review team. One other aspect of this that we're proposing, I'll tell you, is the attendance review team is required to be formed for any school system that has a chronic absenteeism rate of 10% or more. But there's one other additional layer of protection we need to provide for the children. If there is a school in particular, not the whole system, but a particular school, and its absenteeism rate is 15% or more, then there needs to be a attendance review team for that particular school. The school also defines local school system chronic absenteeism rate and the other details that would expect there. You know, addressing chronic absenteeism is not just about improving attendance. It's about taking the essential step forward and breaking down the barriers that prevent our students from reaching their full potential. I think anything we can do to move the needle in the right direction is something we owe the children of this state. For far too long, chronic absenteeism has affected communities across this state. It's forced our students to miss out on critical moments. Some of them are being deprived of those opportunities which just might be those aha moments that children have in school that give them inspiration for some future success that they want to pursue. Senate Bill 123 takes the best approach forward because it combats the pressing issue of absenteeism and gives our students the resources they need, but the solutions are found at the local level. The fix for absenteeism in one area of our state may be very different than what the right fix would be in another area. So the truth is we need to come together and work across the aisle to successfully address this growing crisis of our students. The last thing I will tell you is this. I don't know that we've got a silver bullet figured out, and I think, quite frankly, we need to look at this in the long-term lens of trying to find a solution. It's for that reason I've asked for the formation of a study committee to meet this summer. We will continue to look at this and educate ourselves, and it is my hope by reinvigorating the school climate committees now, adding focus to it, and studying this over the summer, that maybe next year we might have some more refined legislation that we have reason to believe will truly address this issue in a way that will make a meaningful change. With that, Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do you have a question, Senator, or you want to speak on behalf of? Okay. No questions, Senator.
Thank you. I urge your support for this bill. Thank you.
Recognize the Senator from the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Pro Tem, for bringing this bill. You know, colleagues, if they're not in class, they can't read. They can't learn to read. Very, very important. Let me read to you something I got a few minutes ago from a superintendent in my area. He said, there just has to be more accountability if we want students in school consistently. What we're doing now is not working. How well said. I want y'all to pay particular attention to this map, please. I want you to know when you go into the Department of Education website, you can look at this, and what you'll find out is this absenteeism is not by a particular race. It's across the board. This absenteeism is not by a particular gender. It's male and female across the board. This absenteeism is not about grade. The absentee in K through 12, kindergarten is about the same thing as absenteeism in 12th grade. If you look at this map real close, there's only one county in Georgia, and that's Wilkinson County, that is less than 10%, and it's 5.1. Maybe we ought to be reaching out to Wilkinson County and finding out, Pro Tem, what they're doing. I think that may help. We may need to involve them in some of the conversations. I'm not very proud of my county. You need to look at your county. My county, Bullitt County, is 22.6%. 1 in 5 kids are chronically absent in our county, Bullitt County. Evans County, my next door county of my district, is 26.1%. Candler County, which I'm very proud of, is actually the lowest in my district, is 13.3%. Effingham, which surprises me, is 13.5 because I thought theirs would have been less. Chatham County, with the senator from the 2nd, is 27.9. Almost 1 in 3 students in Chatham County are chronically absent. And again, to define chronically absent, as the Pro Tem said, chronically absent is missing more than 10% of 180 days a year. That's 18 days. That's 3 weeks plus 3 days. I guarantee you, the senators in this room, if your child was absent, you would have the wherewithal to help them out, get caught up and all. But we're talking about the poor parents that don't have that or don't know how to do that. So we've got to address this situation. We keep talking about workforce development. If our children can't read and if they don't come to school, we can't find jobs for them, jobs. So, Mr. President, I yield well, and thank you, Mr. Pro Tem, for bringing this to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from the 38th, would you like to speak to the bill?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I wanted to experience what it was like to speak for a bill, so I wanted to come down here to the well. I truly want to thank the President Pro Tem for bringing this bill. I sincerely believe that absenteeism is the next front that we're going to have to confront when it comes to our educational system. Martin Luther King Jr. said, intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education. And if our kids are not in our schools, they're not receiving that education, all of this hard work that we're doing, Mr. Chairman, on literacy is going to be for naught if our kids are not in school learning the science of reading. And so I was alarmed when the speaker, when the President Pro Tem came and spoke to our committee and shared that 20% of the kids in Fulton County are missing 3.5 weeks or more of school. We have a problem across the state that we have to address, and I look forward to working with you all to help solve this problem, because we have to get kids in our schools. And I truly believe addressing school climate committees and getting some folks to really pay attention to these issues is going to make a difference, and I look forward to the future work that we do. And Mr. President, I yield the will.
All right, does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator from the 18th, do you want to close? All right, good. All right, he waives. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54, the nays are 0. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Who's stepping in for the majority leader? The Pro Tem. Recognize the Pro Tem for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. until tomorrow, Thursday, February 27th, 2025.
The Pro Tem has moved. Secretary, read the announcements.
Mr. President, the Rules Committee will be upon adjournment in room 450 in the Capitol at 2. The Public Safety Committee meeting has been canceled. The Agriculture and Consumer Affairs Committee meeting has been canceled at 2:30 p.m. The Transportation Committee will meet in Mez 1 at 3:30. The State and Local Governmental Operations Committee will meet in the room 307 of CLOB at 4:30. The Finance Committee will meet in Mez 1 at 4:30. The Interstate Cooperation Committee will meet in 307 in the CLOB. At 5:30, the Health and Human Services Committee will meet in room 450 in the Capitol, and at 6:30, the Government Oversight Committee will meet in room 307 in the CLOB. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 9th, would you have an announcement?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Georgia Legislative Black Caucus members, we do have a meeting today in room 310, CLOB, 3 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, any other announcements? Hearing none, the Pro Tem has moved the Senate stand adjourned until Thursday, 10 a.m., February 27th. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes clearly have it. Have a good day.